check. All right, as a heads up now that we have racers. Now they have riders out on course. All individuals not racing need to vacate any portion of the course within tape. For the safety and awareness of all riders now on course, I recognize that even if you are in different sections of the course than the racers themselves, we still need to vacate the course for safety purposes. Pre-ride will now be open again once the first wave of the day has concluded its final lap. And we will let you know when the course is available for pre-ride once again, but in the meantime, please vacate the course if you are not racing. And the Clydesdales are off and running. Alex picking up right where he left off last week. Ended that one. Have fun, boys, as you get out and ride. That's your first adventure of the day. Several of the Clydesdale racers traditionally being racers that will end up racing in a different wave later on in the day as well, whether that's in the single speed event or in something else, but using this first wave as a bit of a warm-up for themselves, which is great, especially on a course like this one where you are going to want to make sure that you have your lines dialed as much as possible while out on the course. We had mentioned earlier that even though the sections of the course aren't particularly technical, that is actually going to play into the favor of the racers in terms of the ability to pass one another in the faster sections of the course. So the less technical the course traditionally in cyclocross, the more challenging it will be to hold your position, as everyone will be pushing for the front end of that race line. This, of course, being the kind of course where you do kind of want to be at the front end of the race as much as possible. You have the ability to pick your lines as you go through the more fast sections of the course in preparation for the more technical bits. Again, thank you for your patience as we're continuing to work through some of the technical issues we're having with our microphone right now. But in the meantime, hopefully you'll be able to get an idea of what we're looking at if you're out here supporting some of your loved ones as they race. Thank you for coming. We'd love to have you hang out with us all day as we're racing here for UTCX. And again, if you have anyone that's unable to make it today and would love to watch the coverage as well, a quick reminder. Quick reminder, of course, that we do have Game On Live Studios, or GOLS.co, that is streaming our race again today to their live YouTube channel. So if you've got anybody at home that would love to be here but unfortunately can't make it, have them head on over to the GOLS.co website, or if it's easier for them, just send them on over to Game On LS YouTube channel, where they have all of that actually streaming at this point in time live, so that they can watch the race coverage as it unfolds. Even if you are racing later in the day and you want to get a sneak peek at what this race is going to look like for your own wave later in the day, that would be a good opportunity for you to do so. So thank you again for Game On Live Studios for coming and supporting us as always today and providing that live race footage for us. Now as we look outward, we're going to be trying to get an idea of where that first wave of riders will be coming up the hillside. That shouldn't be particularly too long from now. A number of supporters already hitting to where will be one of the more decisive portions of the course, which is closer to the mountains over by the bridge, close to the cell phone towers, basically to the northeast of our UTCX trailer, but more specifically, like I said, by the cell phone towers at the far end of the baseball field, where there is the monster wall run-up that Ty Mitt has just remounted after coming off the top of. Right behind him, he's got Stephen Parrish with him, as per the usual. The two of them fighting for the top spot of the podium in the C's right now. Evan Campbell right on their wheel in the third position as they come up onto the baseball field for the final sector of the first lap of the course. Not far behind them, C.R. Kimball continuing to push. He looks like he's going to try to get back onto form so he can catch the back end of those three, as they right now are trying to finalize the podium in their race early on. Gavin Moss also making his way up the far hill as well. Now, as you go over there, whether you're going to be racing later in the day or if you're just watching as a supporter, it'll be interesting for you to notice the two different choices that we have up the hillside. Of course, the A-line being much steeper and a little bit more challenging, that even though it looks like it's rideable, that top little rut right at the very top of the actual run-up is going away from you as you are riding upwards, which may force you off the bike. So pre-ride is going to be a very pivotal part It's going to be important to see whether or not that will still be quicker for you to ride the first. Itself being a little bit rutted up and muddy by the third and fourth waves of the day, making that hard to ride as well. So not far from now, that's way better. Here we go. We got Ty Mett. And as I said, we've got Ty Mett and Evan Campbell now playing a little bit of a duet at the front end of the C field with Steve Parrott playing a little bit of catch-up after coming up the wall run. They're going to be going out for the second lap of the day, which will give us a lap. Again, Evan Campbell and Ty Mett together as they head out for lap number 2. Now, for many of you supporters, again, I'll give you a quick heads up of what this lap is looking like. We've got a number of sections up here in this area. They're going to be much faster and less technical, but it's going to cause a lot more of a jam up within the racers themselves as they jockey for positions before heading down to the riverbed area. It's going to be a far more technical section of the course, both in the descent and ascent. As we got C.R. Campbell coming through the start-finish area, not far behind him is Gavin together here as they make their way through the start-finish. We've also got the 35C category gentlemen making their way towards the start-finish area, one of them being Dallin Hatch, who continuing where he left off last week, him and Shane Horton taking home the 1-2, UtahMountainBiking.com. So those riders are going to be coming through the start-finish area here in just a moment. We've got a Meadowali rider with them as well. Looks like that is the teammate of last week's third person. This rider a non-pre-reg, so we're going to have to try to get a name for you here in just a moment. But in the meantime, Mike Russell also making his way through the start-finish area. A number of other riders in that field as well here. So as you come to the venue, for any racers preparing to race the second wave of the day, just give you a friendly heads up. As always, we will call for pre-ride once the first wave racers have concluded their final lap. In the meantime, just to get a general idea of the layout of our course here today, we've got our pit area. Cannondale always being a stellar sponsor of our pit area for us. That is going to be just past the start-finish line with access to 2 areas of the course generally, but that being right there where you can stage your B-bikes and secondary wheel sets for later on in the race. You need to switch off to a new one. Our staging will also be located at the Fazari banners on the mountain side of our UTX trailer start-finish area. Once again, thank you big time for their sponsorship of our start-finish straight and our staging whole shot area. So Fazari, of course, being our whole shot heroes for the UTCX series. Got a number of riders coming in right now, still in the 35C field, but the Clydesdales about to make their way through the start-finish area as well. That's Brandon Shepard, Alex Whitney not far behind them, Mikey Schioden making up the 1-2-3 in that category as well here. So here they come, like I said, bit of a warm-up for later on when they take on their second race of the day, more than likely. Many of these guys will be featured as well in the Signal Speed event later on in the race. So again, friends and family, if you're looking for the picture-friendly areas of the course, I would highly recommend heading down to the riverbed where there will be not one but 2 crossings of the water today. The second one a little bit deeper and a little bit more decisive as they come across that water. They will be preparing themselves for the major A-B line of the day that you can see many people already congregating to over by the cell phone towers near the end or the second lap bit of the course already. That fine run up in preparation for the final bit of the lap once they're back up on the baseball fields. But in the meantime, as they come up that line, they'll have the ability to ride up the first half and run up the second half should they choose the A line. That's probably going to be the most likely side of the day. Or if they choose the B line, they should be able to ride up the entirety of it as long as they're picking the right line, making sure to stay out of some of the ruts that have been overused by the first and second waves of the day. It's going to slow the rest of the field down generally. So even though the course not as visible, generally speaking, as some of the other ones in terms of your ability to see the riders for the entirety of the race, the parts that you can see will be incredibly decisive as they come through and back onto the baseball field. There's going to be a lot of jockeying for positions in these larger lanes of the final part of the lap, as well as the beginning of the next laps. So super exciting race today as those last few turns around the baseball field area will decide everything, especially in this first wave of the day at the front end of it, where Stephen Parrish, Ty Metton, and Evan Campbell are back at it, dueling for the top step of the podium between the three of them. All three having been featured as regular mainstays in the C category so far in the series as it stands right now. Ty Metton right now in the lead in that series, but with Evan Campbell, Stephen Parrish, and C.R. Kimball right on his heels for the overall. All right, so last we saw them, they were together. Right now it looks like Ty Metton has put a bit of a move on Evan Campbell, and he is now out in front of that C field. But Evan having a good job this last lap around of closing the gap down in this upper baseball section before actually getting to the line itself. We'll see if he has it in him to do the same right here. This is the culmination of lap number 2. Not far behind them, coming up the wall, is Stephen Parrish, still in third place, but having lost quite a bit of ground to the two in front of him. So it sounds like his race is now shifting from trying to get onto higher steps of the podium, making sure that C.R. Kimball does not steal third place from him. We'll see how that plays out as they continue to jockey for position in this upper section of the course. Stephen Parrish continuing to look down at his bike as if he's got some kind of mechanical issues with his shifting. Maybe that is the reason for having fallen off the pace of the front two in that race. C.R. Kimball not far behind him, but he is also looking down at his shifting. So I'm wondering what is happening on that wall as also get back on top of his gearing to see if he can't maybe improve his pace as we bring these speakers closer to me. I was wondering why I was getting so much louder there for a second. So as we said, we've got Ty Metton now opening up a bit of a lead on Evan Campbell at the front end of this race. He is looking in good form as he's continuing to push that pace upward after the second lap here. It looks like his second lap being faster than the first. That's a good sign, with probably only about 6 or 7 laps of this course, with it being much faster than the traditional cyclocross course. Not only with this top section in the flat grass area, with lots of room to negotiate these turns, but also in that lower riverbed area where you can get quite a bit of speed in the downhill sections and even quite a bit of speed in the uphill sections as well. Ty Metton is taking advantage of that as he's only got 3 to go already. 3 to go for the entirety of our first field of the day. Evan Campbell already seeing that he's running out of real estate with only 3 to go already as they are continuing to work their way around the course as well. All right, racers, we're gonna give you a reason to make sure that you're fighting for the top step of the podium again. To land on the podium today, you get to wear one of these sweet swag hats that I got on right here for Laser. So if you want to look sweet as I do, get to that top step. You're still in the 3rd spot on the podium. Let's see if you can maintain it. With only 3 laps to go, you got C.R. Kimball and Gavin Moss breathing down your back. All racers now in the field. See the 3. Go. So Jason Webb there. Ready to go. Catch back up there. Ready to go. Check, 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 check. 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 Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. All right, so we online here trying to get our volumes right and everything, but we have seen a number of the riders on the front end of every category so far make their way through the start-finish area. Now, we had at the top end of the 35C field, of course, Jason Webb, who had been at the third step on the podium in the Art Die races in the Saturday race, so he is looking to improve his position on the podium to number one, which he's currently in right now with 3 laps to go. Check. Check, check. There's a little bit better. Here we go. And as if on perfect timing, Jackson Rails here. And that makes everything better. Microphone apparently. So that's Connor, how are you, brother? Good to see you too. All right, so any minute now we should be expecting to see Ty Metton make his way back up the wall towards the completion of his third lap. He's going to be seeing 2 laps to go right now, 3 for all racers continuing throughout the course as it stands right now. We've got 3 laps for all racers coming through the start-finish area right now, including this good-looking dude right here, Spencer, as he makes his way back out on court. That's Sawyer Pangborn riding for Salt Cycle Kestrel. We also want to give him, by the way, a big shout-out and huge thanks to Sawyer, who's been out here with his camera getting some awesome pictures later in the waves as well after racing himself. So Sawyer, you are a superhero of a man. Thank you so much for the contributions that your photography has been to our series so far. So everyone, make sure you give Sawyer high pockets of love for the head on over to his Smug Mug if you can anytime to make sure to throw some money his way to support him in his endeavors as he's providing some awesome footage of the races. In the meantime, Ty Metton has now made his way back up the wall for the 3rd time. Evan Campbell, who's still with him, but the gap is continuing to open here, so by the time he gets the start-finish here, still 3 laps to go for the racer coming through the start-finish area. 3 laps to go. All right, so Ty Metton, last time coming through, he had a gap of about 5 to 8 seconds. To more like he will be, it looks like, the next individual through the start-finish area here as he's made his way up the wall. So he is going to be seeing 2 laps. Check. All right, so Ty Minton is coming through the start-finish area. He's going to be seeing 2 laps to go. And in his head, he's going to need to start doing the inner mathematics of whether or not he needs to keep winning these races, because he's going to be getting a mandatory upgrade before he locks the series down at this point. Evan Campbell still working his way through the start-finish area towards his penultimate lap. He's running out of real estate. He's got to the back. So rider ahead of him, Ty Minton, who's now making his way towards the riverbed for the second to last time. He's going to be going downhill with lots of speed before coming back up towards the veranda. Hello. So Stephen Parrish still in third. Stephen Parrish in third. Check. So all riders now experiencing the second to go as they come through the start-finish area here. All riders at 2 to go. They're in their penultimate lap as they come under the banner for second to last time here. A number of riders continuing in the 35C field to make their way through the start-finish area, as well as the C field as they're continuing to work around as well. Here are the leaders in those fields. The leaders in those fields right now, Ty Minton at the front end of the C field. In the front of the 35C field is Matt Welsh, followed very closely by, as I said earlier, we have Jason Webb, who had finished on the podium last time around at Art Dye Park, but he was in third place then. Would like to improve to second or first place today and in a position to do so as it stands right now, but with a number of riders also with him as well, chief of which, as we said, is Matt Welsh, riding for the Midwally cycling team. Not far behind him, Dallin Hatch, who also was on the podium last time around at Art Dye. His teammate Shane Horton nowhere to be seen, unfortunately, though, so the two of them not going to be going 1-2 this time, as it seems so far to us. We've got Brandon Shepard working his way through the start-finish area in the Clydesdale division. He is also assumedly preparing for a second race of the day later on, as Alex Whitney is the front end of that Clydesdale field. He's also seen 2 to go as well so far. Now, with this race being roughly 1.7 miles in length, it's going to be a little bit of the faster courses that we see out here today, but also because of the technical sections and slightly longer overall distance, they still maintaining a slightly higher than average lap time per lap, as John Retch coming out of the saddle to come through the start-finish area. He's going to be seeing 2 laps to go. Always such a wonderful individual for making sure we get the right number for Johnny as he comes through the start-finish area. As always, one of our more dependable Rusty Fender powered Wasatch cyclocross and gravel racers, many of which out here supporting proudly for their team today. One of the many teams that we do see. Now, it's fun to always get to this end of the valley here on the north end of Salt Lake City, where we see so many more of the northern-based Ogden, Kaysville, and Layton racers that we don't get to see as often when we head back down south towards Utah County and the southern ends of Salt Lake County. So thank you again, all of the racers who are showing up to race today as well. We're excited to see how it goes for the other waves of the day, as we already see Ty Metton coming up the wall for the second to last time. This time it did look like he was able to, that he had to remount his bike, so taking at least that portion of the course on foot. Again, if you're out here to support your teammates and or friends and family and you're not racing, one of the better parts of the race to be observing right now probably is that run up at the very far end of the field itself by the cell phone towers in the northeast corner, where you are going to be seeing a little bit more of not only the wall run up that they have an AB line opportunity to negotiate, but also the water crossing that's a little bit wider and a little bit deeper than the one on the far downhill section at the far west of the course. So that is a great area to post up if you're looking for a pretty killer photo of individuals as they try to ride up that section of the course, many of which it looks like are not being able to do so already by the second half of the first wave of the day, as Sawyer Pangborn also coming through the start-finish area, our resident Salt Cycle Kestrel rider here, who also providing some stellar pictures for our racers on his smug mug. Thank you so much again to Sawyer for doing that for us, and we hope you're seeing a lot of response in terms of people picking up pictures of many of the racers that we have out on course. I hope that is working out well for you, because it's working out well for everybody else here. Mikey Shoden, fellow Pegacorn racer here, coming through the start-finish area, just looking as good as always, and always with that beautiful smile on his face. We've got the Rolling Sweep coming through the start-finish area here. So not far from now, we're going to see Ty Metton coming through for one more time. He's going to be getting a bell lap here at the front end of the C field, and this time he is not leaving anything to chance. When we were at Art Diet, he did allow Stephen Parrish and Evan Campbell to stick with him for some time. Right now, looks like I've left my golden spot. And we've lost coverage here. So as Ty rounds that final turn, he's going to be getting the bell lap here, marking the final lap for himself in the C field. That gap now ballooning to much closer to half a minute, with Evan Campbell still trying to negotiate the turns towards that final straight where he's going to be getting his bell lap. Ty Metton all but basically wrapping this one up, and this final lap is going to be kind of a victory lap for him as he comes through the start-finish area. He's going to be finishing his race in roughly 7 to 8 minutes here, depending on how much of a push he's going to want to put down, or if he's going to be able to sit up and enjoy that last lap for himself with the gap that he's built. Evan Campbell now about to make his way through the start-finish area. He's going to be getting the bell lap as well. So the question is where Stephen Parrish is in relation to C.R. Kimball, who has given him a bit of a run for the final spot on the podium up until about now. Evan Campbell still working his way through the start-finish area, comfortably ahead of anyone that would challenge for second place on that podium. He's out on his final lap as well, and we are looking for Stephen Parrish to round out the podium here in just a few minutes. But with him not far away is actually the leader right now in the 35 C field, who is already past Stephen Parrish up, and he has dropped Jason Webb. That's Matt Welsh riding for Meadwally. It looks like he has put in quite a dig to make sure that he comes into this final lap with nobody with him. Jason Webb still continuing to improve upon his third place in the last race of his series so far. At Art Dye, he was on third step of the podium, now moving up to second step, but if he wants to improve that to the top step, he's going to need to put in a very, very impressive final lap, because right now Matt Walsh riding away with it with only one lap to go, looking very, very impressive in doing so by passing up already Stephen Parrish, who's still in third spot on the podium for the C field. Not far behind them, Jason Webb continuing to push while he is running out of real estate to catch back up to his competitor in Matt Welsh. Not far behind them, Dallin Hatch trying to maintain his spot on the podium where he left off last race. He was on the podium last time. Looks like he wants to continue that trend as well. This time, however, switching positions with Jason Webb, who had gotten third place last time, now in second place. Dallin having gotten second place last time, now in third place. And not far behind them Also, Jeff Caldwell looking to try to ruin their day by getting on the podium himself. So that still very much up for grabs in the 35C field, while the C field itself has blown to smithereens. Many of these riders absolutely losing contact with the riders both in front of them and behind them. So the C field basically all but decided at this point. But the 35C field very much still up for grabs. So a very unfortunate. Looks like C.R. Kimball has had a bit of issues with the mechanicals at this point. To Gavin Moss, who's not far behind, or not far ahead. But with only one lap to go, it does look like the real estate is starting to run out for the rider that's trying to improve their position. A reminder also to all the waves of the day, that means that we are only about 4 to 5 minutes away from opening up for pre-ride, but yet that has not happened. We will let you know once we have seen the first rider in the first wave come across the line opening up for pre-ride. But in the meantime, right now, make sure that you are still supporting and cheering for all riders who are still out on course for the first wave. They are in their final lap. Last we noticed, Ty Metton still very much in the lead in the C category, as well as right now Matt Welsh working his way on the front end of the 35C field to hold off a charging Jason Webb. The gap just a tad between the two of them. And in third position, Dallin Hatch riding for UtahMountainBiking.com. Still on the podium, much like last time that we saw them, but this time in third position. We got the Utah man himself, Brian, making his way through the start-finish area on Old Pinky itself, as he's got one lap to go as well. All riders now seeing one lap to go for all racers in all waves. In just a few minutes here, we expect to see Ty Metton make his way up the wall for the final time. He's going to be getting his next win of the series after many before it. In fact, of all of the series races so far, this is the only race that Ty Metton, or there's only been, excuse me, I'm going to actually say that a little bit incorrectly. There has only been one race so far this series that Ty Metton has towed the line on that he has not won. So very firmly in the lead in the C field right now, and continuing the trend right now at the front end of that field, with Evan Campbell having lost the gap to him on this second to last lap. And holy cow, it looks like Seth Bradley has shaved his face, y'all, and he looks like a completely different person. Still as sexy as ever, but looking to be a little bit more aerodynamic for his 35A field. Both Quinn and Bradley also, or Quinn and Georgia, here to race for their family as well. Here we're excited to see how that goes down in the women's B's and C's in the next wave of the day. Continuing to see when Ty Metton will make his way up the wall for the final time, and much of a gap he will have to Evan Campbell, who has been riding with him up to this point pretty much with a gap slowly opening over time. The last time we saw him, he had dismounted, and it looks like Ty Metton did the same again this time. He did have to dismount to negotiate the second section of the wall as he makes his way back up onto the baseball field. We will count the gap for you between himself and Evan Campbell. Last time around, about 25 seconds before they came through the start-finish area. This time it does look like the gap has continued to open up. So Ty Metton, with only about a minute left of racing, is going to be able to take that quite easily as he comes around the final section of the lap itself. He's going to be coming through the start-finish area here in just under a minute, culminating in the final lap of the men's C field. He's the top end of that as our boy Johnny Boy comes through the start-finish area for the final time as well here in the Clydesdale race. He trying to hold off a charging, he's riding 35Cs today. I apologize there, John. Looks like you're in the 35Cs race. Sorry for miscategorizing you. So in just a few minutes here, we will be able to announce pre-ride for all racers in later waves of the day. But until Ty Metton comes across the line to seal the victory for himself in the C field, we are still all but shut down. As we had pointed out earlier, Ty Metton doing a spectacular job of continuing to open up the gap in each subsequent lap to Evan Campbell. This gap now all but solidified. Evan Campbell, however, at the same time also maintaining enough of a pace to disallow Stephen Parrish the opportunity to take away that second spot on the podium from him as well. So that podium looks like it is pretty much solidified at this point in time between the three racers in that C field, regardless of how much the gaps between the two or the three of them have ballooned. In the meantime, we also see Matt Welsh make his way up the wall as well, and he is having a hard time getting back up to speed after remounting. So it looks like that wall is continuing to take a few prisoners as they make their way back onto the final sector of the course. However, the good news there is the gap between himself and Jason Webb does look like it has increased to the point where he's going to be able to finalize those last few sections of the course for himself on his final lap as well here and solidify the win for himself in the third. However, it looks like Ty Mitten is going to come across the line as our winner once again in the C field. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner today for the C category, Ty Mitten. Not far behind him, but with enough of a gap to solidify that position comfortably. Evan Campbell will come across the line as second place in the C field, but before he does, we are going to be seeing the winner in the 35C category. At this point, all racers a lap down are now finishing. We are now finishing all racers. So Evan Campbell will be coming across the line next in terms of racers finishing their laps for the final time. He's going to be in second place in the C field, and not far behind him is the leader in our 35C category. Riding for Meadowally Cycling is Matt Welsh. He's going to be coming across the line here in just under 30 seconds or so as he finalizes his final lap. Enough of a gap between himself and Jason Webb at this point in time to be able to make it very comfortable for him as he is going to be finalizing. Now that means that with all racers now finishing this final lap, we are opening the course to pre-ride for secondary waves of the day. If you are racing in the second, third, or fourth category of the day, you are now welcome to enter the course as long as you are making sure to do it past the start-finish area. For the riders, as Evan Campbell solidifies second place on the podium, congratulations to him. He also going to be gaining some precious points in the overall here. And we have a young, fresh rider, somebody who has not been out here and about as much for us, but winning the 35Cs, coming across the line for the Meadowally Cycling. I do believe that is still going to be the front end of the field here, even with Dan Richards coming across with him, but unfortunately a lap down. So Matt Welsh is going to win our 35C field. Not far behind him is Jason Webb coming across the line, improving his last position where he came across the line in third place. Adart Dye now second, working his way up the podium is Jason Webb in second place. Congratulations to him. Great race by all racers finishing. Stephen Parrish now also coming across. He's going to be on the podium again here in the C field. That's Stephen Parrish, and then the third and final racer in the 35C podium coming across the line here after a very, very impressive job today to hold off some Chargers. That looks like that's going to be Jeff Caldwell. And I'm not 100% sure if he's a lap down or not, but it does look like that actually is our podium for the 35C field. So congratulations to all racers. It is now open for pre-ride. If you do want to jump on, just make sure that you are doing it after the start-finish area so that you are not impeding any racers who are still out on course. We still have a number of riders coming in. The podium for the Clydesdale field, of course, very much still up for grabs as Alex Whitney has come up the wall for the final time. He is still at the front end of that Clydesdale field with Brandon Shepard not far off of his wheel, as all racers still continuing to come across the line are now finishing their final laps of the day. Great job by all racers who are now finalizing their places in the Perspective Series overalls that they are continuing to fight for. Many of these racers coming in for every race, or at least as close to every race as possible for the overall series, as we see another teammate of Matt Welsh who won in the 35C field. This one, of course, being Spencer Chippens. He's coming across the line as well here for Meadowally Cycling. Great job by all racers as they're finishing here. We will, of course, also be getting ready for staging for our second wave racers of the day here in just a few minutes, about 10 minutes out or so at this point in time for second wave staging. So pre-ride is still available for another 10 minutes or so before we will be staging for second wave races of the day, as Mike Russell continuing to accrue those overall series points in the 35C field. He's coming across the line here for the final time. Not far behind him, his teammate in CR Kimball, as well as number 478 Jim Fierick, racing very impressively as well within his own category. So all racers now finishing their races. We've got the Clydesdale field still a bit up for grabs here. In the next few minutes here, we should expect to see Alex Whitney at the front end of that race. I don't believe that anyone else is. We've got a couple of racers now trying to jockey for position as they come across the line to finalize their series points here. Very, very impressive job by both of them here as they come across the line. A few of them not on our pre-registration form, so I'm not able to give them a heads up. Leighton Roos finishing his race as well. Great job, Leighton, riding for Salt Cycle Kestrel. We've got a few more riders now. This is going to be our winner in the Clydesdale category, able to hold off a charging Brandon Shepard as he comes across the line. He's going to be winning today. That's Alex Whitney riding for Rusty Fender Handyman, Wasatch Gravel and Cyclocross with Brandon Shepard in a great second place finish to him in that race as well. Great job by all finishers as they come across the line. There's James Frederick riding for Revolution Racing, who's coming across the line in the 35C field as well here. So again, we will be staging for second wave races of the day here in just a few minutes, but in the meantime, our course now open for pre-ride for all racers of the day. We'll let you know once we get closer to the staging for all races again. Great job by all racers in our first wave. We'll remind you, as always, we are going to finalize those results here once all racers have finished their final lap in this first wave of the day. And then once those are finalized and posted to the side of the trailer, we'll have about 10 minutes to allow you to clarify any results for us that we may have gotten slightly incorrect. And after we are done with that, we'll move on to the podium ceremonies that will be done for the first wave of the day as soon as our second wave racers are out on course. And that is how we will continue throughout the entirety of our morning for each subsequent race field. So congratulations, good job by all racers. At this point, we'll let you know as soon as those race results are posted. So right now we are in the final review process, which means the results should be published here within the next couple of minutes. And once they are, we will make sure to open for of course, the 10-minute mandatory protest period by USA Cycling Regulations to give you a chance to clarify any of those results as they are, of course, posted and published once we have the second wave out on course. Of course, we will then move to our podium ceremonies for the first wave races of the day. We've got 3 podiums to get through. And as I said a little bit earlier, if you won your respective division, you get to put on a little bit of new swag. We have our wonderful sponsors from Laser today representing for our podium ceremony with shirts for all individuals who are in second and third place, and first place gets one of these sweet hats that I'm wearing here for you. So if you're a big fan of Laser, which I am, Laser helmets of course being one of our best helmets out on the market, we're going to give you a chance to represent for those guys. Even if you don't wear a Laser helmet, well, if you win your category today, you're going to be wearing a Laser hat, and that's just about as good in my opinion. So, of course, the second wave of the day, as always, we're reminding you, is going to be the 55 open category, followed very closely by the women's B and C categories and the junior racers in the 11 to 14 categories. So those guys will be getting out on course here with staging in about 5 minutes or so for those second wave races of the day. Friendly reminder, it does look like we have all races finalized for the first wave. So at this point in time, coming across the start-finish area is authorized because we are not anticipating any other finishers. But thank you to the likes of guys like Aaron Larson and anyone else who is considerate enough to avoid that start-finish area. However, it is open in the meantime. We have actually finalized all races in the first wave, so you're welcome to come on through. Anyway, the results are going to be published here in just a few moments for those first waves of the day. And we'll move on to those podium ceremonies as soon as we have the second wave out on course. Excited to have both the women's B and C field out there with the 55 open category, which is going to be the first one out the gate this time around, not far behind them. As I said, the women's B and C categories, and then following, of course, is the heavy-hitting young next generation, the senior 11 to 14 categories. They'll be getting out on course here in the second wave at the end of that second wave of races as they get out on course today. We're excited to see how this plays out. This, of course, I've reminded you, or as a reminder to you, as we said, this course being pretty fast and punchy. The cyclocross course goes not particularly technical in some sections, but with very specifically technical general features of the course, chief of which being the wall, which has, of course, a B line and an A line available to it right over by the cell phone towers at the far end of the baseball field. Good to see you, Gina. Miss Gina, good to see you as you're coming across the line. She's going to be racing in our women's B field once again here after having moved up last time around. We're excited to see how that goes for all of our races in the second category of the day. That is a very, very nice paint job right there. Ty Metton. Can you teach me? Can you teach me how? Very, very impressive job. Ty, good job out there today. Okay, so it does look like our results have been posted and finalized. So all first race results now on the side of the UTCX trailer. That means that we will move to the podium ceremony as soon as the second wave racers of the day are out on course. We'll be able to recognize all racers in the first wave categories of the day. We are also calling now staging for those second wave categories. So staging for all second wave categories to include 55 open, women's B and C fields, as well as the junior racers in the 11 to 14 age range categories, both male and female. We are going to be staging for those races currently at the Fazzari banners on the mountain side of our UTCX trailer, straight to the east of where our UTCX start-finish stretch is located. Fazzari Cycles, of course, being our whole shot sponsors for the UTCX series this season. We're very excited for that sponsorship and for our wonderful partnership with Fazzari, one of our local bike manufacturers we love to have out there. We also see some serious heavy hitters out there on course today. We're going to highlight both Megan Sheridan and Sarah Kaufman out here today. We're very excited to see them here. We are staging for all races right now in the second wave. If you are a second wave racer, make sure to make your way over to the Fazzari banners on the mountain side of our start-finish stretch here. That is all 55 open category racers, as well as the women's B's and C's and junior racers 11 to 14 age range categories in both male and female. Those will be our second wave races of the day, which means that if you are pre-riding for any of the other waves of the day, you have approximately 10 minutes left to do so before you will need to vacate the course for the second wave races of the day. Approximately 10 minutes as well. You are in a second wave race category before the start line will be fired and you will be out on course. So if you are not preparing for staging at this point in time, you're probably in the wrong place from where you need to be here. So we're excited to see how the second wave plays out. Of course, the 55 open category being always one of our more hotly contested categories. We're excited to see how it goes down today. Last time around, we had a stellar race between our regular culprits, those individuals who tend to always be on the front end of that field. Of course, chief of which among them being Barry Makarowicz with Team Cool Cycling. He, of course, winning that race pretty much every time he's lined up for it. And the only time he has not won that race so far this series is the time that he lined up with the 45 open category instead. This time I do be on the starting line again for the 55 open category after having given his teammates David Wood and Tim Stack a run for their money last time around. We'll see if he has what it takes to do the same. Of course, another member of that same team who also from time to time is racing for Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel, powered by Rusty Fender Handyman, is Gary Fuller, who was on the podium last time around. And Check. All right, we are on. We'll see if we can be a little bit more mobile this time, but it does sound a little better. So, again, we are staging right now for second wave races of the day. If you are not on the starting line and you are a Masters 55 Open category, Women's B or C racer, or the junior fields of 11 to 14, you are in the wrong place. And we don't want to see that happen to you, so head on over to where you need to be. We're excited to see some of the racers that we have been seeing some very impressive form out of over the last little while here. We're going to go ahead and try to highlight some members of each of these fields for your benefit as well here. Now, we like to call them the black and blue wave of the 55 Open category, the team that tends to dominate in that field week in and week out. Of course, Team Cool occupying a large portion of that starting line. We've got David Wood on the line today. Not far from beside him, we've got, of course, Tim Stack and Brian Ressa. They are always in contention for that podium. One omission that I think is a little bit glaring. I have not seen our man Barry Makarowicz today on the start-finish stretch. If you can hear me down there. Hey, David, can you hear me? Or Tim? Tim Stack, can you hear me? All right, so it looks like they can't hear me down there, but it looks like, based on what I am seeing, there is no Barry Makarowicz in the race today, so it is all but up for grabs for the likes of, like I said, Brian Ressa always being a big figure in that crowd. We've got Tim Stack and David Wood, who are always very, very heavily involved in the races at the top end of that field as well here. Gary Fuller, I'm not sure if he's in the race today. We're going to keep our eyes open for Gary. He's always been a very, very key figure within these races as well. So, again, a number of racers here, a number of racers unfortunately not here. So we do have confirmation. Unfortunately, it sounds like all the Aries in the 55 open category are not here. So no Gary Fuller, no Barry McCarowitz, no Larry Woolsey. It is open wide for anybody else that finds themselves always playing back fiddle or second fiddle, back foot, second fiddle to the likes of Barry McCarowitz and Gary Fuller. They both not being here today means that it is wide open for the Masters 55 top end of the podium. I'm sure that David Wood and Tim Stack, as well as a number of others, absolutely licking their chops because of the absence of Gary Fuller and Barry McCarowitz. Also, Brian Ressa on the line is destined to make, of course, a big to-do of their absence today. Not far behind them, of course, we do also have the women's B's and C's that will be getting off and running here in just a few moments. A few of the heavy hitters in those fields that we'll highlight for you. Of course, Aubrey Larson, who has taken home a couple of wins so far this series and has also been in contention multiple times in the podium within the women's B field. Right now, the one to beat, however, in the women's B field being, of course, Jessica Taverna, who's won a number of races so far. Fort B under the belt, Art Dye under the belt. Let's see if she can make it 3 for 3 of the last few that she's, or excuse me, 3 for 4, obviously, with Tessa Beebe, the national junior champion, racing in the women's B field on the Friday night before moving up to the women's A field for the Saturday day race that Jessica Taverna subsequently took down after a failed zone racing afterwards. Good to see you, brother. Good to have you out. A couple of other riders to point out for you here in the women's B field, of course, as always, the wonderful inclusion of Courtney Foley riding for the Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel team of Rusty Fender powered by Rusty Fender Handyman. She's going to be on the starting line as always. We love seeing her out as often as she is. Not sure I've seen Laura Howitt yet, but she, of course, always a key figure in these races in the women's B field. We also have the return of the hard woman of the sport, our local Belgian racer, Eileen Panakuka, who is racing even with the breaking of her thumb in the Friday night race. She is still on the line today after having raced again, also on Saturday with that busted thumb. Good clarification for that one, not that it's particularly important. A busted thumb's a busted thumb. Lucky enough, unfortunately, she did tear a ligament but not break any bones. So good for her that's been able to keep her on the line in the meantime, as she is still racing in the women's B field today as well. So good luck, Eileen, in her race today. We've also got Megan Lowe, who after a very impressive gravel season is now finally coming back into form after a few races of trying to catch back up to the form that had seen her on the podium last year a few times. With those endurance smiles in her legs, she's starting to get that top end speed as David Wood looking backwards to realize that no one had gotten the whole shot quite as well as he had. So he is off and running on the front end of the 55 open field with Tim Stack, his teammate, not far behind him. Brian Ressa in the mix as well. So the top three being the usual suspects, of course, in that field. We turn back to see the front end of the women's B field as they line up, and it looks like it is going to be the heavy hitters as usual, with Megan Lowe, Eileen Panakuka, and Aubrey Lawson making up the front end of that field, with Jessica Taverna right there in the middle as well. So all four of the front of the field of these ladies with the possibility of being the top end of that podium today. We'll see who comes out after such a challenging set of laps today with a number of key features that will absolutely blow this field into bits. Who will come out on top of the women's B race? We're about to find out in about 45 minutes from now, as they are now off and running. Both the women's B and C categories coming down the start-finish area, and it looks like Jess is going to be taking the whole shot, starting right where she left off here on the front end of that field. Is the whole shot for both the women's B and C field are off and running here. Again, another number of riders like Jody Bennett out here on the C field as well. We've got Gina Sarantoni, who raced earlier in the year in the B category before. I believe that she had moved up to be classified as a women's B racer, so she is racing in that field as well here. But a number of riders like Jody Bennett taking advantage of those moves upward, as well as Cubby Powell, who had won a couple of those races last time around. We'll see if Cubby is able to feature on the top step of the podium as well on the women's C field as we move our way back to the starting line to see a rather large junior racing group also on the line as well here. We've got a number of riders about to get off and running again. Great job by them as they're about to get on course. I don't believe that any of the riders that won our races last time around are on the field today, but then again we've got Oliver DeCorrent, who was on the podium last time, picking up right where he left off. A very great job by Oliver to get off and running, as he is taking the whole shot in that category as well. And it is absolutely awesome to point out for anyone paying attention that we do have enough of a junior field between both the men and women to actually delineate the start for both of them, which is a super awesome thing to point out for the future of the sport here in Utah, as we see the likes of Hunter Thomas and Georgia Bradley taking their front end of that field as they are off. A number of other racers out there today, it looks like, are going to be featuring as well in that race, so we're super stoked to see the amount of riders that we have out on course in those categories as well. And with that, we are to go ahead and move to our podium ceremony for the first wave races of the day, now that all second wave racers are out on course. So if you were on the podium first wave, or if you would like to come on over and cheer those guys on for the results that they were able to post in the first wave of the day, please come on over to the UTCX trailer where we will be moving to that and get that started here in just a second. Check, check, check. All right, so I'm going to have to be geographically grounded over here, guys. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and move into our podium ceremonies. We'll start with the Clydesdales. I'm not sure I've seen all of them. And a lot of these guys tend to race the second wave of the day, but we'll try to recognize them anyway. And we'll get started with number 361, who is not part of our pre-registration, so unfortunately I don't have a name. For number 361 in the results, so in third place in the Clydesdale category. In the Clydesdale category, number 361. Followed very closely in second place, riding for Hangar 15, we got Brandon Shepard. And in the top step of the podium, if he wants to come on up. He's going to come on over here at least so we can get a little bit of swag for you today. In the top step of the podium, of course, is Alex Whitney, who needs to hurry on over here so we can tell him congratulations and all that good jazz. I don't know where everybody else is, so hey, you're the lone gunman on the day. Where's Brandon? All right, good. He needs to hurry up. I always like to start with you guys because it makes you feel awkward when you're not here and ready. You know what? We are going to punish the Clydesdales for not being prepared. In the meantime, let's actually move on to the people that care about themselves. Nope, it's too late. You're going to have to wait. Sorry. In third place for the men's 35C, since you actually care about yourselves enough to show up for your podium ceremony. Riding for himself, it looks like, but good for you. Number 434, we're going to recognize him as Jeff Caldwell. In second place, an improvement on the last race. Very, very impressive job. To move up to the second spot on the podium today is Jason Webb, who also doesn't care about it. And then on the top step of the podium, our Dark Knight coming in as a late registration. We had to find out what his name was just so we could give him some love. We've got Andy Welch. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is going to be our 35C podium finishers. Let's get some pictures for the old Instagram and Facebook pages. ladies and gentlemen, here's our podium for the 35Cs. All right, moving on. As true punishment goes, we're going to keep letting the Clydesdales wait for it, and we're going to move on to the men's C field. In third place after a very impressive showing by all in this category, with a slight gap, but still being able to finish on the third step of the podium, riding for State Park City Cycling. Of course, you love him, you know, Parrish. In second place after a pretty strong battle, but with the gap opening up in the second to last lap that wasn't able to finalize, riding for Epic Cycling, we've of course got Evan Campbell. And on the top step of the podium until someone finally tells him to move up into a new category. In the meantime, still gonna be crushing it for everybody riding for Zone 5. We've got Tyler Metton. So ladies and gentlemen, here is our podium for the men's C field. And we know we like to give him a hard time, but he's a very, very, very impressive rider. Great job by Ty for taking down another win today. All right, and now, without any further ado, we do want to recognize him, but then again, 361, I don't even know who that was. Yeah. So unfortunately, we don't see him out and about, but Philip, riding for Ascent Cycling, is actually our third. Oh, there you are, Philip. Sorry. You're hiding in plain sight as per usual. Okay, Philip in third place. In second place, riding for Hangar 15, we're going to recognize, obviously, Brandon Shepard. And then on the top step of the podium, we'll see how many races he actually ends up doing today. But in the meantime, he's already taken one down. For the Clydesdale field, we've got riding for Rusty Fender Handyman, Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel, we've got Alex Whitney. So ladies and gentlemen, here is our Clydesdale podium. Congratulations for all racers in the first wave. We hope you enjoy your swag, and we hope you also hang out and watch a little bit more of the racing that's happening out on courses. We already have the second wave finishing their first lap of the day. We've got Oliver DeCorrent coming down the start-finish area, and he is absolutely crushing it at the front end of the juniors field here. He is doing a great job, continuing to ride with some serious attitude and lead in that junior 11 to 14 category. We've also seen the front-end battle between Tim Stack and David Wood being exactly what we expected it to be. The two of them absolutely battling. A number of other racers continuing to come across the front end of the field. For you, maybe, Courtney, but nobody else. So it looks like the front end of all categories now having come across the line, except for the junior women's 11 to 14 field, but that is about to happen with the Bradley sisters both represented out on course right now. We've got Quinn and Georgia both racing. Oh, it did look like Jody Bennett was indeed at the front end of the women's C field, which she time around. We got Quinn Bradley in the mix in the women's C field as well. Here's some job by Quinn. Her little sister also rating in the junior category today. Currently competing in the 11 to 14 field, which is out on course. We haven't seen the front end of that field come through the start-finish area as far as I can tell right now, but they are not far from doing so. For many of you supporters, as you start to show up today, I do highly recommend, as you start to scout out some of the best areas to watch the races from, that you go ahead and take a look. Take a look at the wall that's currently located as close to the cell phone tower as you're willing to get here on the northeastern portion of the course itself. That line over feature will play out very heavily in the race in general. We've got a B and A line over there. Already with one wave out on course, we've seen that even the B line has become a little bit tougher to ride. as now we see a couple of other racers continuing to come down the start-finish area. Great job by all of these racers who are being represented. Here's the front end of the 11 to 14 field right now. Very, very impressive racing by these two girls in the 11 to 14 category. They are the front end of that field. Georgia Bradley in second place right now as she comes across the line. Hunter Thomas looks like she's going to be our third place rider in that field as she's preparing to make her way down the start-finish stretch as well here. So that podium still up for grabs. And we do see the front end of the 55 open category field having made their way to the top of the wall. And they are in our final sector of the course as well. Here we're going to be seeing whether or not David Wood or Tim Stack have what it takes to take the final, or the top step of the podium on the day. Of course, with the omission, the glaring omission, dare I say, of Barry McCarwitz, who is not in the field and has taken the win every time he has been so far this season. So that means that right now Tim Stack and David Wood, of course, fighting amongst the two of them for the top step with that omission of Barry. Again, we see a couple of riders continuing to make their way up that wall right now, but we have yet to see whether or not David or Tim Stack are in the front end. So now that we see him, it does look like David Wood is the front end of that 55 open category. It will not be too much of a surprise to see that it will not be too much of a surprise to see that we have a So not far behind David Wood right now, it's actually Brian Ressa who is holding down a second place position. The gap itself not being particularly large, and Tim Stack not far behind him. So the top step of the podium still up for grabs between the three of them, and not far behind them a fourth rider as well, also still in that mix, as David Wood comes across the line to complete his second lap on the day. He is getting down into a good tough position to make sure that he maintains that lead over Brian Ressa, who is out of the saddle, charging to try to get back into that position where he can actually ride with David Wood and stay away from the Tim Stack, who is also still in competition for those higher spots to the podium right now in third place, with the fourth place rider not far behind him as well. We'll try to get you a name here for that rider as he comes through the start finish area as well. Not far behind them a number of other riders as they are continuing to make their way onto the third lap for all riders in this second wave of the day. Right now that is Scott Nielsen making his way out onto his lap. He is working hard to try to get back onto the podium right now, where Tim Stack is unfortunately riding a bit away from him. Greg Siernan about to be the next one to come through the start finish area as well here. Not far behind him, another couple of Team Cool, including Joe Brubaker, who is also on the line today. Now, many of the omissions of riders that we are not seeing today because they are down riding 24 hours of Frog Hollow, which happens to be going on at the same time. These riders here today taking advantage of the loss of those riders, with Jeff Flick not far behind him is going to be Joe Brubaker coming across the start finish area. So this top five still very much up for grab between a number of riders as they continue to push themselves onto the third lap of the race here. We are expecting to see the women's B and C fields also start to make their way through the start finish area here not long from now. We'll see if anyone has been able to give Jess Taverna, who has won this race now 3 out of the last 4 times. She is still out in the lead as it looks like right now, but still in a bit of a traffic. We're going to see if Aubrey Larson is able to take advantage of that traffic as Jess Taverna is about to make her way towards the start finish area with 3 laps down here. We got got a couple of 10:55. All right, a couple of racers unfortunately out here with hair blocking their numbers, so we're going to try to get some number counts from you here in just a second. So 10:34, which of course a late registration. Unfortunately, we're not able to give you some love, but we've got Eileen and Megan together now riding for that women's B field. They're trying to get back up onto the podium positions that right now are occupied by Jess Taverna in first place and Aubrey Larson not far behind her in second place. So Eileen and Megan riding together to try to fight for that third spot on the podium. And perhaps while riding together, they might be able to help each other out in trying to catch back up to the charging Aubrey Larson of Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel. We've also got Alva DeCorin continuing to crush the pace at the front end of the 11 to 14 field as he's still got 4 laps to go as well here. He's absolutely enjoying his time with, I believe, another family member out on course as well today. Just a buddy. All right, sounds good. So we've got a couple of buddies in that 11 to 14 field riding together today. That's great to see. Not only friends but family continuing to ride together. We also pointing out to you, of course, the duet of Georgia and Quinn Bradley, also making it a family affair in the women's B or the women's C category, and the junior 11 to 14 category that Georgia Bradley is in currently right now as Gina Sarantoni makes her way through the start-finish area as well. We've got another number of riders continuing to show up here for the later waves of the day. As soon as we are able to, we will open up the course for pre-lap riding, but in the meantime, we've still got 4 laps to go for all racers currently coming through the start-finish area. So we have seen the front end of the 55 open field now make his way up the wall. Still in first place is David Wood continuing to charge, but Brian Ressa is not far behind him. So the gap between the two is second place, and not far behind them, of course, also Tim Stack in third place, who looks like he was able to get all the way up the wall while on his bike, which is a very impressive feat after having the first wave already come through and basically tear that wall apart, with many ruts now forming in the mud, continuing to become a more and more prevalent issue on that last final feature before making your way up to the start-finish area again here. Once David Wood at the front end of this field comes through the start-finish area, he's going to be seeing 3 laps to go for all riders in this second wave. 3 is what we're going to see here as David Wood makes his way through this final sector of the course. He's going to be coming across the start-finish area in not very long from now, and right behind him, not particularly far off the pace, is Brian Ressa, who wants to try to ruin Team Cool's day. Currently splitting the positions right now on the podium between David Wood in first place and Tim Stack in a very solid third place position. But between the 3 of them, with only 3 laps to go, there's still quite a bit of racing to finalize those spots on the podium, as we also see Georgia Bradley, and it looks like Quinn Bradley as well making her way towards the start-finish area. She's still in a position to see 4 laps to go, but not far behind her is David Wood, who will be marking 3 laps to go. Brian Ressa getting held up a little bit in the traffic while he's trying to close it down to David Wood, with Tim Stack not far behind him as well. So 4 laps to go for you, Quinn, in the start-finish area here. Great job. All right, and the next rider that will be coming through our start-finish area is the front end of the field as it stands right now. That is David Wood, who is holding off a charging Brian Ressa as he makes his way through the start-finish area as well here. Great job by Dave to maintain a good aerodynamic position where he is trying to save as much energy as possible as Brian is hunting him down and running out of real estate to do so. He's only 3 laps to go for Brian Ressa. Now, Brian is unfortunately in a very tough position where he is not only trying to catch back up to David Wood, but is also trying to hold off a charging Tim Stack, who is still in a 3rd place position, but not far off in the pace of the front 2 ahead of him in the Masters 55 Open category field. Now the younger sister of the Bradley duet here, Georgia, coming through the start-finish area in her category as well here. Still in competition for the podium positions here for her as well. Now Scott Nielsen coming through. He is still trying to push the pace to try to get back on to Tim Stack's wheel, who is in 3rd place currently as it stands right now. So with 3 laps to go, it looks like there is still very much to play for in the men's 55 Open category, where the top 5 are not particularly that far spread out in the race itself. But with only 20 to 25 minutes of racing to go in this 3rd wave of the day, we also see that the top 5 continuing to jockey for position as they are moving upward in that overall race as well. Here we've got Joe Brubaker taking the final turn to come down the start-finish area as well here. Also riding for Team Cool, meaning that Team Cool is occupying 50% of the top 6 in this Masters 55 category. But again, what's new there in that field? Of course, Team Cool always Team Cool not far behind. We see Plan 7's own Jessica Taverna, who's about to make the final turn as well here. She is the front end of the women's B field, but Aubrey Larson now having hooked up to a teammate in the 55 Open category of the Rusty Fender Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel team. They are working together a little bit to try to see if she can set the So with 3 laps to go, Aubrey Larson needing to close down a bit of a gap to Jessica Taverna, who's had the better of her for 3 of the last 4 races. Aubrey has what it takes. She has been on the top step of the podium so far once this year in the women's B field. Can she make it twice? We'll see how that goes, as it looks like 3rd place now. Megan Lowe has started to open up a bit of a gap to Eileen, who they were, last time they came through the start-finish area, they were together. Now Megan Lowe opening up the gap between herself and Eileen, riding for Zone 5 here. Megan Lowe, of course, starting to see those cyclocross legs finally come back into form after a long summer of more endurance-style miles. She is now very, very much in stronger form as she has started to come into her own in the cyclocross season. Eileen needing to look for a little bit of a next gear to try to keep that pace with Megan, as Megan is starting to open up the gap. Still very much pushing that pace. So top 4 all still up for grabs in the women's B field. So as it stands right now, last we checked, we still saw David Wood at the front end of the field as Oliver DeCorn still at the front end of his field, coming through with only 3 laps to go in the juniors race as well here. Another number of riders continuing to come through the start-finish area as well here, also riding for Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel. Now those guys representing in serious style in many of the categories of the day, with a number of riders out on course for them as well. We're very, very excited to have them still continuing to represent so proudly and strongly within our TCX. Again, in the Masters Open field, the big question that we have right now for the 55 Open category is where Brian Ressa happens to be located in relation to David Wood. The last time we saw them around, they had a gap of about 5 to 8 seconds. But yet with another lap down, it did look like Brian Ressa trying to catch up to the charging David Wood, who was coming through the line but trying to maintain as much economy in his pace as possible, trying to be as efficient as he can. making his way through this upper section of the course, knowing that there were a number of technical sections in the lower river section of the course. If you haven't had a chance to pre-ride just yet, I'm excited to tell you that lower section of the course is incredibly challenging, especially the second half as you work your way back up the river. Slightly uphill, but just enough uphill to make sure that you have a very, very hard time where you're generating a number of watts, maintaining a very strong pace very impressively as you are preparing for the second river crossing, which is going to culminate, of course, in the move to the wall, that final uphill section of the course before jumping back onto the baseball field itself. That wall being a hugely defining feature of the course itself. It has basically blown up our field so far today, where we do have an AB line, but it looks like even the B line right now already starting to be a bit of a factor as the waves have started to churn up the mud and remove a lot of the more easily rideable sections of the course, which means that many of our riders may have to get off and ride a number of sections, whether they're choosing the A or the B line. But many of the front end racers of each of the fields so far proving to take the A line, ride the first half, and then run the second half before remounting, which has been the looks like the more desirable choice for the racers in most of the front end categories of the field. As we see Jody Bennett making her way down the start finish area again here, she being very much competitive in the women's C field. Looks like she's the front end of that field yet again today after having won last time around, so great job by her in that category to maintain that good consistency over time. Not far behind them, David Wood still in that front position, with Brian Ressa still maintaining the gap to him that he had the last time around. That gap itself not looking like it necessarily is opening up, but not necessarily closing down at all either. The two of them, they are still maintaining the front two positions in the Masters 55 open field, with the gap to Tim Stack unfortunately opening up. That's news for Brian Ressa, who can now attention and efforts on trying to catch David Wood in front of him, and not so much worrying about Tim Stack, who is starting to flag unfortunately behind him. So Brian not so much looking over his shoulder anymore, instead focused intently and primarily on keeping his eyes forward on the charging David Wood that he is trying to catch. Courtney Foley coming through the start finish area as well here. We'd love to see her out riding every weekend for us, of course representing as well for Wasatch Gravel in such fine form and style. Now the charging of Brian Ressa, taking his pace away from Tim Stack. Tim Stack now unfortunately starting to focus more instead on the charging Scott Nielsen behind him, who wants to take that final spot on the podium. But with only 2 laps to go, he's running out of a bit of a real estate if he's going to try to give a little bit of a challenge to Tim Stack, who's currently in third spot. So with 2 laps to go, let's see if Scott's got what it takes to try to ruin Tim Stack and Team Cool's day, who currently have 2 people on the podium. Scott wanting to take that third spot away from Tim Stack as he continues out for 2 laps to go. Not far behind them, we have a duet of riders coming through to finish off the 5 and 6 positions in the Masters A field. Of course, that being Jeff Flick and Greg Sierranen riding together as they have been throughout the majority of this course so far. So Greg Sierranen and Flick continuing to push the pace together as they are continuing to see if they can't wrinkle in Scott Nielsen, who is not far in front of them as well here. Now in the meantime, while our riders are continuing out on course, we also look forward to the rest of the races of the day. We have seen the heavy hitter, the guy who has been the man to beat in our A field so far throughout the entirety of this series. Justin Lundeen is here again today, ladies and gentlemen, so that is going to prove to be a truly fast and impressive A race today. A number of riders unfortunately not going to be here today because they are out racing the 25 hours of Frog Hollow down in the southern portion of the state. Friendly reminder again for all families and friends out here cheering on our racers. If you have anybody who is unable to make it to the venue today, we of course always recommend you head on over to the YouTube channel of Game On Live Studios, where they are currently streaming our race live to their YouTube channel, showing the race as it's unfolding right now in a number of the key sections. We've got a great camera right now focused on the finishing stretch, as it is the whole shot for our women's B and C riders who are coming across the line right now, as well as a number of our junior racers coming across the line as well. They also, of course, being able to provide some stellar footage of some of the key features that we have out on course right now, including the wall, where we have an A and B line currently set up. But again, like I said, as the day is starting to warm up, many of those wooded sections that are starting to defrost are starting to open up and become less and less rideable, especially in that AB line of the wall, that even though the A line is clearly less rideable, the B line continuing to become less and less so as well throughout the day, as Megan Lowe now taking a firm, solid third position away from Eileen Panicook. So that podium now continuing to solidify over time, as Jessica Taverna still the front end of that race in the women's B field, with not far behind her Aubrey Larson continuing to try to give her a bit of a run for their money at the top end of that podium field. But with third place, Megan Lowe kind of taking that a little bit more solidly away from Eileen, who was fighting with her earlier on in the day. Eileen, the hard sport here, we've already identified for her that she had an issue with one of her thumbs from one of the earlier races where she tore a lip and is still out racing in hard style. So very, very impressive job by Eileen to continue to push the pace, even with the only just a week ago she went down hard and took her thumbs out with her. With only 2 laps to go, we are continuing to see these racers push the pace on the course. Very, very impressive job by all. Not least which the leader right now in our junior men's 11 to 14 category. He's only got 2 laps to go. And one thing we're going to see on him every time he comes around is that smile on his face, as he is absolutely loving his time out on, just absolutely demolishing the field, as Oliver DeCorin probably a little bit bummed out that he doesn't have any of those Birds racers to race against that was giving him more of a challenge last time around. This time, he's very much in a firm front into the 11 to 14 field here. Hunter Thomas now making her way through the start-finish area here. She's in the junior category as well here, as they continue to make their way through the course. And David Wood now up on the top of the wall here for the next time around, which means he is about to finish his penultimate lap, and he will be seeing the bell in just under a minute, with between him and Brian Ressa slightly opening here, which means that Dave has continued to find his rhythm every time he's getting the chance to do so. You see that he is now resting on his forearms to conserve as much efficiency and energy over time as possible. He's about to see 1 lap to go here, as he is making his way towards the start-finish area yet again here. The rest of the racers also continuing to see 1 lap to go, as we see a number of riders continuing to come through the start-finish area here for the junior 11 to 14 category, as well as in the women's B field. Janice Sarantoni continuing to make her way around the lap. She's going to have 2 more to go as well in her field. Very, very impressive job by all racers as we are continuing to make our way around the course. Of course, as I said, being very, very fast in many of the sections of the course, but with very specific technical key features that many of the racers are starting to identify as tearing up the various sections of the courses. Again, David Wood continuing to make his way towards the final lap. He will be not the next, but the second to next rider that will be coming through the start-finish area, so he will be marking 1 lap to go for all racers in the second wave of the day. Now, a reminder again to all subsequent wave racers of the day, that means that the course is still not open for pre-ride just yet, but will be once David Wood and or anyone else to beat him make their way to the start-finish area after the final lap has concluded. So now David Wood is about to get the bell. He is on the final lap. 1 lap to go for the leader in our open category right now. David Wood now opening up his gap to Brian Ressa very impressively at this point in time. It does not look like he wants to leave it. The chance at any point in time lap And ladies and gentlemen, the next challenge that we see here is that with the form that David Wood is putting out on course, with the gap opening between himself and Brian Ressa, it looks like Brian, unfortunately, leaving a little bit out, with Tim Stack having the ability to possibly catch back up and switch the last two spots on the podium. The last lap, it did not look like Tim was going to have what it takes to take that last spot of the podium away from him. But right now it looks like Brian Ressa is starting to flag, so Tim Stack may indeed have a chance to catch back up to him, but he is running out of chances and time to do so with only one lap to go. So this final lap of our final race in the second wave of the day, now only about 8 minutes or so left of racing in the second wave before David Wood will come across the line. At the top end of that one is Jody Bennett, still at the front end of her field as well here, coming across with 1 lap to go. Scott Nielsen trying to still claw his way back onto the podium as well here, in 4th place as it stands currently. Not far behind him, the two that have been riding together in the category to work together for the majority of this race, Jeff Flick and Greg Siranen, in 5th and 6th place positions in their fields as well. Now, also a friendly reminder to everyone not, even though we are going a little bit long on this particular race, the next thing up after this race concludes will be our Kitty Cross race. So as soon as we have at least a majority of our riders in the second wave finishing their categories outwards, we will start calling for staging for the Kitty Cross racers, which will happening right here at the Archway at the UTCX trailer, where we will stage for the Kitty Cross race of the day. We're very excited to provide that to you because of our wonderful sponsors, DNA Cycling, who have been a wonderful sponsor for the Kitty Cross race for the entirety of the series here at UTCX. We appreciate their time and effort. Todd Erickson out of town today for the Kitty Cross race itself. This time around, out of Bradley going to be taking that as the primary. Check. One more. Let's go, Jet. So now we have seen the front end of the the women's B field also coming through in Jess Taverna, who has opened up the gap a bit to Aubrey Larson. Now she's still, of course, being in a very solid second place position with only 1 lap to go. It does not look like Megan Lowe has got enough time left to be able to catch up to Aubrey Larson, still showing very solid form as she comes down the start-finish area. If she has any intentions to catch Jess Taverna, though, she's only got 1 lap left to do it. So approximately 8 minutes of racing for her to try to improve her position on the podium from where she stands currently in second place, with Megan Lowe not far behind her in third. But it does look like the race for third place has been all but sewn up by Megan Lowe, who has no one behind her, where in earlier laps she was riding with Eileen, but unfortunately Eileen now falling a little bit off the pace of Megan Lowe. So Megan Lowe very solidly in third place position, but with only 1 lap to go. Let's see if she's got anything left in the tank to be able to catch up to Aubrey Larson in second place in that race as it stands currently. So again, this being the final lap today for the second wave of the day, any moment now we should expect to see, and just as I say that, we do see David Wood coming up to the top of the wall, which means he's only about a minute away from finishing his final lap. In the meantime, all these racers coming out on course, they're able to get out for one more lap as well here. So all racers coming through, still one lap to go here for all of your races as well. Not far from now, we will be closing the course for the second wave, but until we do, David Wood now about a minute away from finishing his final lap in the front end of the men's 55 open category. Unfortunately, a flagging Brian Ressa means that David Wood will pretty much all but stood up and win this race uncontested in the men's 55 open category, with, of course, the glaring omission of Barry McCarwitz not being in the field. A much more open and simple race for David Wood to be able to finalize at the front end of this field, with Brian Ressa not particularly far behind him, and Tim Stack rounding out that podium as it stands right now. He is now up the wall as well, with Scott Nielsen unfortunately nowhere in sight. So it does look like that's going to be our final three in the 5 open category. In the meantime, all riders still with one lap to go as they come across the line while we wait for David Wood to do so. If you are prepping for pre-ride, we are about 30. Please do not enter the course until we tell you to do so. And when we again, a friendly reminder as always to make sure that you are entering the course past the UTCX trailer so that you do not interfere with the start-finish area in any way while you are getting out on course. So we have a number of riders continuing to come through the start-finish area here, the chief of which, though, is David Wood, who is going to be finishing the final lap. Unfortunately, that means he is going to be cutting off all riders he is passing from getting their final lap in here. So we are one lap down for all racers finishing at this point in time, other than David Wood, who is going to close this race out. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the second wave 55 open category, David Wood. And with his finish, that means that course pre-ride is now open for all racers. Just make sure that you are entering the course past the start-finish area so as to not impede any racers that are still out on course for their final lap. Very, very excited to see a number of the racers that are showing up for the third and fourth wave races of the day. We do recognize that there are going to be a number of riders that unfortunately will not be here because of the 24 hours of Frog Hollow that is also happening. But the true cyclocross racers in the field continuing to show up. We're very, very excited to have the likes of Justin Lundeen back on the starting line. We've also got Chad Chenoweth, the good-looking dude right in front of me, who I'm always excited to see, as well as Jeff Bender, who's going to be back out in full form as well today. Unfortunately, Thomas Torres already having told us that he is not going to be here today due to an unfortunate injury that he sustained in the last race. More racers finishing, all racers now finishing. Great job as they come across the line. Now again, as always, we will point out to you that these results will be finalized here in just a few minutes once the majority of the racers in the wave will have come through the start-finish line. And once published and posted, we will have the 10-minute protest period for USA Cycling regulations for a chance to have you clarify those results before they will be finalized. And once done, we will have those posted. This is a great place to stage, by the way. So all Kitty Cross racers, they will be getting out on course here in just a few moments. If you'd like to go ahead as Jeff Flick and Greg Sierranen finish in their race here for those ever-present and very precious overall series points, even though they're not on the podium, they'll still be very precious points in the overall series, as we say, for these guys as they continue to compete for each subsequent week, as well as Hunter Thomas is going to come across the line here to finish her race off in the junior women's category. Great job by all racers finishing here. We've got Andre Guillermo coming across the line as well here, so great job for him as more continuing to finish as well here. Great job by all finishers here. The next finisher in terms of finalizing the podium that it looks like we're going to see come across the line is our women's Seafield, who I believe is still being led by Jody Bennett, who was on the podium last time around, still in this case also here as well. Team Cool being represented by number 603 here, Linda Lesteo, as she's coming across the line here to finish her race as well. So a number of categories still up for grabs here. Jess Taverna about to make her final few turns through the start-finish area. She's going to be at the top end of her field as Jody Bennett comes across the line for the women's C as well. I do believe that that's going to give her the win in that category as well for the second week in a row. Unless I'm counting incorrectly. Of course, those results to be published here in just a few minutes for finalization, as we're getting a little bit of style coming across the line in our junior field, as Jess Taverne is going to take her third of 4 wins as she comes across the line in the women's B category. A number of other riders here finishing on the podium in the women's C field as well here. That, of course, being Teresa Henderson, who I believe is also going to be in the podium in the women's C field here. The next one up, of course, is going to be Aubrey Larson in second place in the women's B field, not far from her finish as well. She is continuing to just show some awesome form as she just gets better and better and stronger week in and week out. Of course, having a rider like Erin Larson to be married to definitely helps, I'm sure, with the two of them being able to train together as often as they do. So, of course, Aubrey Larson is going to be in second place in the women's B field. Congratulations to her, not only for finishing so strongly, but also holding off a charging Megan Lowe, who now is going to finish in third place, barring any other issues or major problems at this point, as Megan is making just a few turns to go. She's about 30 seconds from coming across the line to finalize her step or her spot on the podium as well here. Great job by all finishers. Also a friendly reminder that we are going to be moving on, as always, to the Kitty Cross ride in just a few minutes here. You'll see a few of those Kitty Cross riders already beginning to stage next to the UTCX trailer. So in just a few minutes, we'll get you out on course with our sponsors, DNA Cycling, who will be taking you around the lap for the day. Very, very excited to see that happening. As always, the best part of our weekend being the Kitty Cross, as Courtney Foley now making her way through the start-finish area. Let's give her a big hand here, finishing her race for Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel, powered by the Rusty Fender Handyman. And then on the third spot of the podium in the women's B field, Megan Lowe. So a few final spots on the podium to finalize at this point. I think the only one really left to be fully undecided who hasn't come across the line yet, our winner in the junior 11 to 14 category for the men's field, which at this point is pretty much all but locked up in the likes of Oliver DeCorrent, who was on the podium last time around, but playing second fiddle to the Birds racers, who are not here today, and he, taking advantage of that, is going to finish his race off in style at the front end of that category, as many of his competitors now coming across the line a lap down, but also showing very, very impressive form. We, of course, in all these aspects, going to be finalizing these results for clarification in all aspects of cases as they continue to come across the line here as well. We also are just going to remind you as well that as the Kitty Cross racers are going to be up and going, that we will be calling staging for the third wave riders of the day in roughly 5 to 10 minutes here. So if you are a third wave rider, please make sure that you are prepared for staging here in less than 10 minutes to go. That, of course, is always being our men's B field as well as our men's 35B field, followed very closely by the women's A field and the junior categories of 15 to 18 years of age. That, of course, being our third wave of the day, who will be lining up here in just a few moments. Our next racer across the line is going to be the winner in our junior men's 11 to 14 category, based on only my guesses at this point in time, but it did look like that was pretty much all sewn up by the end of the first lap today. So let's hear it for him, our winner in the junior 11 to 14 category, Oliver DeCorrent. Great job by Ollie to finish that off in style here. So it looks like at this point in time, the majority of our racers are now finishing in the second wave, which means that we will get those results published to the side of the UTCX trailer in just a few minutes. And in the meantime, all third wave riders, be prepared for staging in just a few minutes, as well as just a few minutes away we have the Kitty Cross racing starting as soon as Seth Bradley finalizes the course that he's setting up for that. And once he is ready to come on over and get the kids out onto the course, we will do so. So thank you so much to all the kids that are going to be taking part in our Kitty Cross race for the day. We'll get you out on course here in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, if you are finishing, understand that we still have our racers coming across the line, finishing their last few laps of the day, so be careful to not get out on course until they are able to do so. Great job by other riders coming across the line representing Riverton High School. Great job by these Nika mountain bike racers coming out here to continue their season in such fine form. Very, very impressive for them as well. Now we do have a couple of small features on the course that we are going to be opening up for the Kitty Cross, which means that if you are pre-riding for third and fourth wave races, please keep in mind that we are now going to be closing off this upper section of the course near the front end of the field for Kitty Cross, as a number of racers continuing to finish in very stellar style. That there being, it looks like I don't have a name for that number, unfortunately, is Gina Sarantoni coming across the line as well. Great job by Gina to finish her race off in style. As the older of our Bradley sisters here, Quinn coming across the line as well here. Great job by Quinn to finish in style as well here. So it looks like at this time that means that all racers, minus a few, have finished their racing. Great job, as we do see still a couple of racers about to come across the line for the last time here in their race categories. Thank you again to all pre-riders to make sure that we are not interfering with any of the racers that are continuing to finish their races as it stands right now. A couple still coming across the line. Please do not come across the line as a pre-rider until all competitors are off course, so as to not interfere. Great job by another rider as they come across the line here. That's going to be 10:36. A rider, unfortunately, I don't have a name for, but it does look like that is going to be, I think, our final official rider out on course. So now, once Seth is ready for it, we're going to go ahead and start staging for Kitty Cross. Okay, so all pre-riding riders, make sure as always to not come across the line, as we do have racers still out on course. We also have Kitty Cross that's about to start, so as that is opening up, please remember to make sure to vacate the course before coming across the start-finish area, so as to not interfere with any of the events that are happening with Kitty Cross. In fact, just to make sure that that's as obvious as possible, we'll go ahead and invite our Kitty Cross riders to come to the start-finish area now that we have no active racers out on course at this time. I digress. We actually do still have one racer out on course, so we're just going to keep you right about here or so, guys. If you want to go ahead and start lining up right about here. Elsie, you're going to be my outside limit, okay? So right where you are, come right to me. Yeah. Everyone else needs to be on this side of Elsie, okay? Actually, hey, Kitty Cross riders, it looks like Seth is going to have you line up over here for you. So, Elsie, if you want to show everybody where to go, we're going to have you start on the other side of the barriers for the first lap. So feel free to come on down here. And they are going to come through the start-finish area, parents. As they come through, they will still be finishing through this stretch here. But we'll have them start on the far side of the barrier since we still have a couple of riders finishing their final lap. Chad Chenoweth, you know better. Get out of my start-finish area. Okay, so again, we still have a couple of racers still finishing up here. So let's make sure to give a big hand to some of these junior women as they're going to come across here. The line, I believe this is the last racer. Guys, hey, let's try to remember we are not going through the start-finish area in the pre-ride. As per the usual, make sure that you're exiting before the line because we still have a racer out on course. All right, let's give her a big hand here. We've got our final finisher in the third wave of the day, able to stay out on course for one more lap, which is actually quite impressive. As she comes across the line here, she's going to finalize the race for us. That's 10:39. I don't have a name. I think that's Pearl Smith. No, I don't think that that's Pearl. So that's going to be the final bit for our day. Again, try to remember to not come across the line as a finisher while there are still active races going out on course, namely which at this point in time is actually the Kitty Cross racers. So at this point in time, remember, all racers preparing to get out on course. The Kitty Cross is now actively actively going to be utilizing this top section of the course near the start-finish area. So, Seth, whenever you're ready to go, all of our finishers are now across the line, and you're good to go. So, Seth, all of our finishers are in, so you're good whenever you're ready. And with Kitty Cross going off as well, we do also want to remind you that that means that all of the final sections of the course are now closed during the Kitty Cross as well. So please, if you are pre-riding, pay very close attention to where Kitty Cross will be located, roughly around where that final turn is that Liam O'Donnell is currently taking. Towards that final stretch here is where Kitty Cross will be employed, as they are off and running now. Which also means, by the way, that in about 5 minutes or so, we will be calling staging, about 8 minutes or so. In about 8 minutes, we will stage for the third wave races of the day. Those, of course, being the men's 45 open category, followed very closely by men's B, men's 35B, women's A, and the junior race categories of 15 to 18 years of age. All right, so our Kitty Crossers are off and running. Everybody, let's give them a big hand as they come across. This time we're going to try to have a smaller lap so that they can do as many laps as possible within 7 minutes of time instead of only a couple of laps. So we're very excited to see as we've got Georgia out, showing them the way here. We've got Elsie at the front end of that field, not far behind her here as Georgia's coming across the line as our wonderful DNA Cycling ambassador at the front end of the race here. Elsie coming on in style here. They're going to see how many laps they can get done in the next 6 to 7 minutes here. They are negotiating the jump here and making their way towards another lap. We've got a couple of features for them to negotiate as they come through here. Awesomely wonderful to see that we don't have just pedal bikes, but pedal bikes and striders, as always, represented in our Kitty Cross race today. It's awesome to see. Again, also a reminder that if you are prepping for the third wave of the day, we will be calling staging for third wave riders here in just a few minutes. Staging about 7 minutes out now at this point in time for the third wave races of the day. Sit. There we go. Okay, so quick heads up, even though we have we haven't quite finalized the results of the second wave, but we are staging for the third wave of the day. So we are good to go. Everything's back to the way that it was pre-Kitty Cross. Thank you so much for all of the participants in the Kitty Cross today. Awesome job by all riders. Anyway. But in the meantime, if you are in the third wave of the day, that means our 45 open category, as well as the men's Bs and the 35 Bs, as well as our women's A's and junior racers in the 15 to 18 category. We are now calling for staging, which of course is happening at the Fazari banners on the mountain side of our start-finish stretch, directly east of the CX trailer. And at that time, it means that we are ready to get back into the heavy action of the third wave of the day. Let's try to highlight a couple of the riders that we expect to see out on the start line. As always, the big figure in the 45 open category field. I've seen him out here today, but I have not seen him kitted up. Makes me wonder if he's choosing to go in the A line of the day. But Justin Morgan, I believe, yeah, I did. So again, friendly reminder, we are staging for the third wave of the day. All racers in the third wave, you need to be headed on over to the staging for the third wave. That's 45 open, as well as men's B and 35B, as well as the women's A field. And then, of course, culminating the third wave of the day will be the junior categories of 15 to 18 years of age. So as I was saying, some of the heavy hitters that we'd like to highlight for the third wave races, as always, in the Masters 45 open field. Right now, this year, that has been a story of one man so far, and that, of course, being our resident heavy hitter, Justin Morgan. But I have seen him walking around so recently and not enough in kit to make me assume that Justin Morgan probably going to be racing A's today. Justin, if you are racing A's, head on over to give me a little confirmation of the case, but I think that that might actually be what's going on. In the meantime, though, he is not looking to be on the starting line whatsoever for the race as it currently stands in the 45 open field, which means the door is wide open once again to some of the other racers that we see week in and week out, chief of which, of course, being Scott Allen riding for Hangar 15 Cycles. That dude is absolutely on form as always, with really only one man ruining his days lately, and that, of course, being Justin Morgan. So if Justin Morgan is not lining up with the 45s, then the door will be wide open for Scott Allen to take his place back on the top step of the podium once again. Also in the field that we see so far, we've got Stuart Gray, who has been putting together some very impressive races to this point in this 45 open category. Ryan Clayton and Brent Cannon also on that start line. They will be very wonderful to watch as per usual as they are lining up. And then one of my favorites, dude rides with so much style, riding for State Park City Cycling. We got Brandon McElravy, BMAC, who is also on the start line today. He, unfortunately, just outside of the top three last time around. He is looking for an opportunity to get back on the podium, and not having Justin Morgan in the field, I'd say, is as good an opportunity to take advantage of things. We've got Irvin Hunt and Dave Harwood, who are also back on the start line after missing out last time around. We're excited to see them as well back on that start line. Now, moving along to the next category as well, we also want to recognize a few of the riders who have been very consistent in the B field last time around with only with two races over the weekend. It was a tale of two racers. We had, of course, on the Friday night race, the dominance of Jason Lux, who took home the win by some margin, before the Saturday race when Bradford Huber did the same to the rest of the group. Many to believe, of course, because Bradford was not there for the Friday race, that he came in for the Saturday race with quite the fresh set of legs. And we'll see if he is able to hold off the likes of Liam O'Donnell and Jason Lux, as well as Jackson Rail and a few others who are looking to ruin his time on top after having put in a very impressive ride on Saturday morning, not showing up for the Friday night ride, playing that with some pretty good strategy there. Now moving on to the 35B race, that has been the tale of only one man so far this entire series. I don't think anybody has been able to find an answer for the man that is Mike Broderick, the Zone 5 racer who raced the first wave of the season in men's 35Cs just to get it cross legs under him before finally realizing that he needed to be a 35B racer. And to be frank with you now, I think he's already starting to wonder if he maybe should be a men's 35A racer because he has won in so much dominant style. Now in the women's A field, as much as there has been a story of one man in the 35B race, there's also been the story of one woman in the women's A race. That, of course, being Catherine Shields, who has been riding with absolute dominance so far this season. But this weekend, we have a couple of specific challenges to that we'd love to point out for you. This time on the start line, we've got Mel Rollins back in the race. She, of course, our local pro, sponsored by Team 2024. She is able to make it out, so we're excited to see how things go for Melissa Rollins. We've also got the coach herself, Sarah Kaufman, riding for DNA Cycling. She is going to be on the line as well. And we, of course, don't want to forget another woman who has been on the podium several times to this point and is absolutely riding with some pretty strong style as well. That, of course, being Ashley Beimert, who is also riding today as well. So we're excited to see how things go for Ashley and Sarah Kaufman as well as Melissa Rollins. Of course, Ivy Peterson, unfortunately, had come out for a race from Colorado not long ago. We haven't seen her since, so she is not going to be necessarily factoring into the front end of this race as much as she was that one time that we did see her. We have not seen her since, unfortunately. We've also got the omission of Tessa Beebe, who was down last weekend with the Birds Racing team and will not be on the line again today as they are off doing other things. So this race looking to come down to whether or not Catherine Shields can continue the kind of form she's been showing with the addition of the likes of Sarah Kaufman and Melissa Rollins in the field today. I have not seen Tiffany Schwartz. I hope to see her out on the field today, but it's so far no sign of Tiffany Schwartz riding for Bingham Cycling, powered by Peak Fasteners as well. So if she is out on the out in the field, then of course she's always going to be a factor for the podium as well. But without having seen her, not sure if she's going to be on that start line. And then of course in the junior categories, especially for the junior boys 15 to 18, it's been a story of one kid as well. So another category where it's been very dominant at the top end of the podium, and of course Ogden High School's Asa Hart, who has won pretty much every race that he has entered to this point so far. Today, it'll be interesting to see if anybody has the ability to take that streak away from him, or if Asa will continue in style to show at the top step of the podium the kind of form that he has been accruing from a very impressive and successful NICA season so far with him as the mountain in his mountain bike career earlier on. Now again, also as we have fourth wave racers already starting to show up and prepare for those races, a friendly reminder that as always, we have our Cannondale pit area where you're able and welcome to stash your B bikes and or secondary wheel sets, which is going to be directly to the west of our UTCX trailer where the Cannondale Flanders are flying. That is where our pit location will be for our lap today. So even with the 25 hours of Frog Hollow going on right now, it does look like we still have a number of major players that are going to be showing up for the A race today. We've got local legend and proud Northern Utah boy Kevin Day, who only has had a chance to make it out to a few of the races so far in the season. So he looking for these opportunities to pick up some precious points in comparison to some of the races that he has not done to this point. But right now, the true challenge is with the form that Alex Grant showed last week. Is he going to be able to take any of the fight back to Justin Lundeen, who is now again on the starting line for us as well? Justin, of course, being absolutely dominant in all of the races that he has begun, save the first of the series. He has been on some absolutely impressive form, and he is looking to get back onto the top step of the podium where we missed him, unfortunately, last weekend, where he was gone from the Art Die races. and Alex Gray was able to take advantage of his not being there in terms of the overall series points. But Justin Lundeen back on the starting line once again is going to be a very, very true challenge for anyone looking to take that top step away from him. But if anybody is able to do so, I'd be willing to put my money once again on the likes of Danny Van Wagner as well as Chad Chenoweth, who's going to be on the starting line. Bruce Deppy, of course, going to be lining up for us as well. And like I said, one other person who will be interesting to see how it plays out for him as well, as I have seen Justin Morgan riding around after having won the 45 open category a number of times. Does not look like he's going to be on that starting line for the 45 open category, which makes me believe that he should be racing A's today once again, back where he has so traditionally raced up to this point as well. We'll see how things go for Justin Morgan, who has been showing some absolute style so far this season in the 45 open category as he makes his way back into the A's for this race. They should be any minute now. Steven had to stage the other groups because the third wave is always our biggest wave of the day, but he's about a minute out from the front. Okay, so now that we are about a minute away from staging, that means that the course is now closed down once again to pre-ride, and we will be getting our third wave off and running. So all course riders not part of the third wave of the day, please vacate the tape of the lap itself as we are about to get the 45s underway in just a second here. We'll see if Scott Allen likes to start right where he left off last time, as it looks like Ryan Clayton and Brandon McElravy about to push their way through the start-finish line as Scott Allen takes the whole shot, and indeed Justin Morgan is not in that field as far as I could tell. So it is going to be a challenge of who can take down the impressive and dominant figure of Scott Allen. Has always been the figure in that course to beat until, of course, Justin Morgan decided to move to a new category for some time. He again now racing in the A's, I believe, today, unless something has changed that I am not aware of. I have seen him walking around. So, again, like I said, I know he is on the premises, but not in the race right now. So, again, interested to see what happens to Justin Morgan, whether or not he's going to be riding A's today. In the meantime, we look back to the start line for the men's B race. Now, this one has been absolutely a challenge of a race for anyone involved right now. A number of riders making their way to the top end of this field. A number of riders contesting for the top spot as Jason Lux on the front end unfortunately loses his pedal. He loves getting the whole shot, but instead cedes that whole shot over to, it looks like, Joshua Benton riding for Salt Cycle, followed very closely by Bradford Huber and Pete Stack. Now, Brad was the top step of the podium the last time around, so Jason Lux, who had won the night race, got a little bit of ground to make up as he is trying to move back up into the field with Liam O'Donnell, also a very consistent podium finisher, as well as Jackson Rail, who's also in that fight as well. We've got Megan Sheridan, who continues to ride in the men's B field, but it looks like she's actually going to be racing with the women's A field today, so another contender in the fight against Catherine Shields today in that women's A race. Very, very exciting, as it looks like that field has opened up, and it looks like Ashley Beimer taking the whole shot away from Catherine Shields. But again, not far behind them is Megan Sheridan, Melissa Rollins, and Sarah Kaufman, all six of which could be taking the top spot on that, or excuse me, all five of these women able to take the top spot on that podium. So the women's A race will be very impressive today, as now the men's 35B field now off and running. The challenge to that race is who will be able to put in any kind of a race against the man Mike Broderick, who has been winning that field in very dominant style to this point so far throughout these races as well. So far, the only ones to give him even a slight run for their money, of course, Brian G. riding for Barry Ski and Sports, as well as Mark Alston, who has been consistently showing good form as well here. They also in the mix today, as well as Kenneth Rail, father of Jackson Rail. They both on course at the same time now. So if anyone is going to be giving Asa Hart a run for his money on this time around, I would put my money a little bit on Maddox Leonard, the rider for Plan 7 Endurance, who is also out on course as well today. Another of the Ogden High School racers in this field with Asa, who has taken the whole shot and looks to be right where he left off last time at the front end of this field, as now all racers are out on course, which means we will now transition to the podium ceremony for our second wave races of the day. If you are on the podium and not at the UTCX trailer, please come on over so we can get started with our podium races. for the second wave podiums of the day. Also, as a heads up, any racers not currently racing that are out on course need to vacate the course now that we have all racers out on course at this time. Okay, I thought so, but it's always nice to build a little drama. I know, right? Yeah, I know he's walking around. Yeah. Let's do a test here. Check. Not so much. All right. Okay, so as we All right, now it looks like we'll go ahead and get started with our 11 to 14 junior women's category. Unfortunately, we had someone who was a late add to the registration, so I don't have a name for our winner. We'll try to get you recognized appropriately, but in third place, riding with some serious style today. Great job by Hunter Thomas. In second place, representing DNA Cycling in the family, let's give it up for Georgia Bradley. I'm not sure where she's at. She might be out cheering her sister on. And on the top step of the podium, all I've got is a number for you, so let's try to recognize you as 1036. Madeline Shepard. And we'll try to get this swag for Georgia here in just a second when she gets a chance to come on over. But ladies and gentlemen, here is your junior women's 11 to 14 category podium. Come on, Georgia. Let's get you on over here for the picture. In second place, Georgia Bradley. All right, so unfortunately we have a bit of the same issue with our junior men's category where some of them were late registration, so I only have 2 of the 3 names. If you are third place, go ahead and give me a holler. I've got number 1180 in third place. Who is number 1180? Okay, if he's not over here, we'll keep moving. Okay, sounds good. So then in second place, in the junior men's category, we've got Dylan Shepard. Right, and in the top step of the podium, riding in some serious fashion as well here, just absolutely murdering the field, we've got Oliver DeCourant. The best part of the junior categories is that they don't just win, they win with a smile on their face every time. So great job by all racers here. Okay, we'll give it up one more time for our junior 11 to 14 men's category. Great job, guys. Good job. All right, now we'll go ahead and move on to our women's C category. Another field that it's awesome to see so much participation in as the sport grows here in Utah. In third place, once again on the podium, very, very impressive job by Miss Cubby Powell. Now we've got a couple of teammates here riding for Larry H. Miller. We're going to recognize both of them. In second place on the podium today, Miss Teresa Henderson. And then on the top step of the podium, I believe for the second week in a row, let's give her some love. Also riding for Larry H. Miller, Miss Jody Bennett. All right, which means, ladies and gentlemen, here is our podium for the women's C. Okay, which means we'll now move on to our women's B field, another very hotly contested category with some very impressive results as we see a few of those last spots on the podium being juggled throughout the laps before at the final blow. We have in third place riding for Gravolution Miss Megan Lowe. In second place once again on the podium. She's here every weekend, and we absolutely love seeing the kind of progression she's been putting in to get such impressive finishes riding for Wasatch Cyclocross and Gravel. We've got Miss Aubrey Larson. And on the top step of the podium again, as we said, for the third time in 4 races, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mrs. Consistency for you. Riding out of Boston for Plant Southern, Miss Jess Taverna. Hey, I remember things. Ladies and gentlemen, your women's B podium.
9:08, 9:21, 9:26.
So that means last but not least, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recognize our podium for the men's open 55 category, our Masters racers. These guys absolutely throwing down in some serious style and enjoying the omission of Barry McCarowitz from the start line. Sorry, guys, just had to say it. In third place, looking as cool as his team kit says he does, Tim Stack. In second place, unable to take down the charging big man on the top step of the podium, but still looking great doing so. We've got Brian Ressa. And very, very impressive job by him for holding off a charging Brian Ressa and Team Stack. But on the top step of the podium today, we've got David Wood. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's give him one more round of applause. This is our men's 55 open category podium. So again, thank you once again to all of our second wave racers of the day. Please feel free to hang out and watch the racing as it unfolds for the third and fourth wave. We've got some seriously strong racers in our field today that are going to be throwing down for the top steps of the podium in the men's A field. Please feel free to hang out and watch those races as they will get hot and heavy real quick. In the meantime, we look outward to see how things are going in our third wave of the day. We've got the 45 open category out on course right now, followed by the Bs and 35 Bs, as well as the women's A field, which is slightly smaller than usual, but at the same time full of a very, very strong cast of players, all 5 of which able to take down the win at any given time. Now, Catherine Shields, of course, has been the most consistent performer to this point in time in the races right now, but if anyone can give her a run for her money, it is almost certainly the likes of Melissa Rollins, as well as the other racers that are currently on the start line for this field in Ashley Beimert and Sarah Kaufman, who are also racing, as well as Megan Sheridan, who has been racing with some serious style in the men's B field before now deciding to transition back to the women's A field. I would not be surprised to see her come out with the top step of the podium in this race today. In the meantime, we see Ryan Clayton actually out in front of the 45A field. What an awesome job by Ryan, always in the mix for the podium. But I don't know if I've ever seen him this far into the race, as far ahead as he is right now. So very, very impressive ride by Ryan Clayton to make sure to hold off Scott Allen, who is currently in second position, with not far behind them, of course, also a number of other riders like Brandon McElravy and Brett Cannon, who are also in the mix right now. It looks like Aaron Phillips still continuing to ride strong as well. There's another rider in there also in the mix. Stuart Gray, a little bit off the pace, unfortunately, which is a little bit different than we've seen from him in the past. So we'll see if Stuart Gray may be holding off for a late charge in this race, as well as he continues to make his way back onto the starting line for the completion of, I believe, their second lap. Now in the B's race as well, it looks like Bradford Huber is holding his position at the front end of that B field, where he won last time around. But Jason Lux, the other winner from the 2 races we had at Art Die last week around, is actually not far from the back end of his wheel as well here. So those two looking to make it a bit of a showdown between the 2 champions from last weekend, as Ryan Clayton, Scott Allen, and Brendan McElravy, or BMAC, are now all together at the front end of the 45 open category field. Ryan Clayton looking like he wants to take the pace-making duties and pick the lines through this upper section of tape here, as they continue to make their way around the course. It looks like Brett Cannon trying to catch back up to those 3 podium positions without letting them ride away from them. Behind him, not far off from the pace, is Richard Abbott, as well as a number of racers with them. But here comes Ryan Clayton through the start-finish area with Scott Allen now taking the pacing-making duties away from him as Brett Cannon makes the final turn as well. He's going to be trying to catch back up to the pace of those top 3 as he makes his way onto the 3rd lap as well here. So all races in the 3rd category looking to be about on the same pace as the race ahead of them, as that is now also Jason Olson making his way through the start-finish area with Stuart Gray not too far off the pace of that group, so he's going to need to get back onto form if he would like to be featured in that category as well. Here we've got a number of the racers in the B category making their way through the start-finish area. It looks like the front end of that field being represented by Bradford Huber, who won the race last time around. With him this time, no one necessarily besides Jason Lux, who needs to close that gap down between the 2 of them before it looks like Bradford's going to ride away from this field if he's not careful to make that gap close down a little bit. Also got a number of other riders coming through the start-finish area, namely Kyle Coates here in 4th place finish as well. A number of riders here. We've got Joshua Benton followed very closely by Jackson Rail. Dave Harward in that mix as well. Jackson Rail coming through here in the position that he's in B's is Jeff Yipe trying to get back onto form here as well here in the 35B field.
That is a very impressive job. There is a lot of races coming through.
In the B field here, we also got Sam Dearden riding for Zone 5, followed very closely by Pete Stack looking to get back on form, trying to catch up to the front end of that field. Very unfortunately here, it looks like Liam O'Donnell, who has always been at the front end of the B field, also falling off the pace. So either having an unfortunate mechanical as Brian Hull, the best hair in the biz, making his way through the start-finish area here. We've got Liam O'Donnell. It does look like he's having a bit of an issue with one of his cleats, so possibly a mechanical taking him off of the pace on the front end of the B field, as Megan Sheridan is pushing the pace in the women's A field, followed very closely behind by Melissa Rollins. So it looks like they are ruining the day of Catherine Shields, who has been very comfortably at the front end of the women's A field up until this point, where now she is not even on the podium, as Megan Sheridan and Melissa Rollins are battling it out for the 1st and 2nd place positions, as Mike Broderick coming through the start-finish area, followed very closely by Connor Burton in the B field. So Mike Broderick, it looks like, is at the front end once again of the 35B field, unless something has happened to him. Asa Hart, Colby Wayman coming through. Looks like a number of riders in that 35B field, as Catherine Shields now on the back wheel of Sarah Kaufman. So they are fighting for the 3rd spot on the podium as it stands right now. But it does look like the top 2 spots in the women's A field are basically locked up right now by Melissa Rollins and Megan Sheridan, unless anyone is saving anything in the tank for the second half of the races, with 2 laps now already on the 3rd lap of the day for all of the racers now on course, as Asa Hart at the front end of the junior 15 to 18 field, still where he wants to be, with Maddox Leonard unfortunately falling a bit off the pace. He is now coming down the start-finish area. He's got some room to make up if he wants to be on the podium in this category where he looks to be. And a number of other racers in the 35B field now making their way through the start-finish area. Dallin Hatch on his 2nd race of the day, looking like he wants to try to get onto the podium for the 2nd time today in as many races, but he is falling slightly off the pace of some of the riders like Mark Alston and Mike Broderick, who are riding away with it in the men's 35B field ahead of him. Not far behind him, we've got Kenny Rail and a number of other Ascent cycling riders trying to keep up with Dallin Hatch as he makes his way out for the 3rd wave of the day, or the 3rd lap of the day, as both 9:21 and 9:35 make their way back out on course. 9:21 being Tyson Cook. Unfortunately, no name for the 9:35 rider that we have out on course. We'll try to get that for you as the race unfolds. But in the meantime, that means that Ryan Clayton, Scott Allen, and Brandon McElravy, or BMAC, are fighting right now for the top 3 steps on the Masters 45 Open category field right now out on course. The next time they come up the wall, it'll be interesting to see if Scott has tried to open up the gap, or if all 3 of those riders are continuing to set the pace amongst themselves between the 3 of them in order to work together in pace-making duties to make sure that Brett Cannon and other riders in the 45 field aren't able to make it back up to their wheels, as they're setting such an impressive pace right now. Again, as I said, with the glaring omission of the rider Justin Morgan, who's been riding and winning in that field so far to this point in time, with him moving back up to the A's for this weekend, means that the top step of the podium once again completely up for grabs in that 45 Open category. it'll be interesting to see who decides to take that win away from the weekend, with that being the case. As I say, it looks like Brendan McElravy is actually the one to take the pacemaking duties as they've come up the wall again for the third time of the race. Ryan Clayton now in second place, and Scott Allen in third, but they all still being together. BMAC looking backwards to see who is still with him and who is interested in taking the pacemaking duties during this more thick, tough grass section of the course itself. But it looks like all three of them are content to stay together, as the gap now to Brent Cannon and the like continuing to open up slightly. Again, another rider in that field to be aware of right now in fifth place position is, let me see if I can remember what name we've got for that guy here, Jason Olson, I believe, who is riding for D's Cycling. He, of course, being in fourth place. We also see Bradford Huber emerge as the front end of the B field, but Jason Luck still not far off of his wheel, but needing to close that gap so that they can ride together for the majority of the course. Based on the late performance of Bradford in the last race at Art Dye, I don't think that Jason is going to want to let Bradford get any amount of distance between the two of them before the last lap comes down to a sprint, because Bradford definitely proving that he has long endurance for these later stages of the races after the impressive win that he threw down on Saturday last week at Art Dye. So with the lap count being as impressive as it is right now, the amount of distance that we have, even though the race itself being a very fast-paced and very hard-charging, pumpy race itself, we already see 4 laps to go for this front group of the 45 open categories. They're going to come through the start-finish area in just a few minutes, led by BMAC himself, riding for State Park City Cycling, followed very closely by Ryan Clayton and Scott Allen, the three of them seeing 4 laps to go now. 4 laps to go for all racers. As we said before, if Brent Cannon wants to catch the front end of this group and stay on the podium where he likes to be, he's going to need to start making some moves, because the gap is continuing to open and the time is starting to dwindle away. 4 laps to go. They are almost halfway through this race, as you see Brett out of the saddle trying to get those precious watts while still available to try to close that gap down to the top 3 that are charging here, as we see fourth place, as we mentioned earlier. That, of course, being Jason Olson riding for D's Cycling. He is trying to catch up to the back end of Brent Cannon as he makes his way through that area as well. Here now, the front end of the B field being Bradford Hubert, followed very closely by Jason Lux, who, of course, does need to close that gap down between the two of them at this point in time. He's going to run out of space if he doesn't make a move now with that gap opening. Bradford, of course, having a good second half effort last time around, and very likely to have that same second half effort again this time as well. So that B field still up for grabs on the top step of the podium, as well as the riders coming through right now that are continuing to make their way towards the front end of this fight. Number 137, unfortunately no name for him, as we see Jason Coates come through the start-finish area. A number of other riders here continuing to comprise the 45 open category as they make their way through the start-finish. Of course, Joe Sepulveda and Lance Hepler also in that mix as well. We've got Sam Dearden continuing to push the pace in the B field as well here through the start-finish area. Not far behind him, of course, we've got number 128. That's going to be Matthias Huber, Bradford's little brother. So the Huber brothers working together in this course in the B field here. Back on course as well. His big brother Bradford still at the front end of this race. And again, very unfortunate to see the likes of Liam O'Donnell, who has been very prominently featured in our B races right now, very unfortunately falling quite a bit off the pace, as Dave Harward, the man himself, coming through our start-finish area for the 45 opens. Brian Hull also, as again here we've got Joshua Benton, followed very closely by Jeff Yipe and Pete Stack, trying to get back on form here. And in the meantime, we have the front end of the women's A field. It looks like Megan Sheridan continuing to want to keep a hold of the lines, as well as Melissa Rollins continuing to let her keep the pace here, as the two of them are riding well off the front of the rest of the women's A field here. They are very dominantly keeping their position in the 1-2 field, but Melissa Rollins keeping a little bit in the tank while letting Megan Sheridan keep the pacemaking duties as our leader, both in the junior 15 to 18 category and the 35B field, make their way through the start-finish area, that being Asa Hart, followed very closely by Mike Broderick. Also featuring very heavily right now in the juniors race is Asa Hart's teammate on Ogden High School, team. That is Jordan Forsgren, who is also riding with some very serious style right now. It looks like he is holding down second place in that junior division right now with the 35B field continuing to come through the start-finish area. We've got Mark Alston right now also being led by Joe Beals, who I believe is in second place in that field. Not far behind now, Catherine Shields has made a move to solidify third place right now as it stands on the podium from Sarah Kaufman, who is going to need to find a little bit of form to catch back up to that charging rear wheel of Catherine Shields, who is now trying to hunt down Megan Sheridan and Melissa Rollins, who have all but ridden away with the top step of the podium, as Ashley Barmer also making her way through the start-finish area in that women's A field, not far away from a number of riders who unfortunately looks like their days have been cut short by mechanicals and a few other major issues that have dropped them from the pace overall. So some of our big casualties on the day that we tend to see usually at the front end of the race, chief of which right now I think being Liam O'Donnell, always a major player in the podium fight in the B field right now, well off of the pace because of some kind of unfortunate mechanical that we've seen him trying to negotiate a problem with his bike now multiple times as he's continued to work his way around the laps. Pete Stack, of course, also being a victim to some kind of unfortunate mechanical that's taken him off the pace as well. So a number of the B riders, unfortunately, suffering some major issues on this course. I don't know if that's because of any number of issues. It could be the water crossing that's caused that problem. It could be the number of run-ups that we have that have caused them to put a little bit more torque into their pedals than might be desirable as they are shifting their pace. Looks like Dallin Hatch and Maddox Leonard, unfortunately, not very happy about today's race, as Maddox is going to pull up a little bit short, and unfortunately, we're going to see a DNF from one of our heavy hitters in the junior men's field in Maddox Leonard, unfortunately pulling up. It looks like maybe a back injury is going to be taking him out of that one, so we hope to see him back in serious style next week around, as that is very unfortunate for Maddox. We're going to see him hopefully next weekend around.
Jeff, you got one coming for me though, right? You guys, you guys are like my heroes.
My mom was in North Carolina and she was watching this. He made her day. He announced his
Well, because you're the best, Courtney. You're always here. You deserve it every time.
I was like, oh, that's just because I'm always so far off the back that he can see me.
Did cut her off in the corner though? Oh yeah, no. There's a couple of times when these junior racers were getting yelled at by like move over, move over, move over.
There are two, and so it's weird to be
Yeah.
right around the outside.
It's the bloody 55-year-olds that take everything too seriously. Dude, I thought Tim Stack was going to shove a kid because he just laid, get out of the way, move over. So those 55-year-olds need to like yell out, man. That's my junior. Did I call you Jeff? You're John. What's that? Did I call you Jeff? It doesn't matter. No, it does. Oh, either you want. Hey, asswipe. That works. Yeah.
All right, so we look outward, and it looks like there are a couple of position changes that we do want to highlight. It looks like Scott Allen has taken this last lap to put in a bit of a dig, which puts him ahead of Ryan Clayton and BMAC, who he was with previously, but are now working together in second, third place position to try to close the gap to Scott Allen, who has decided to put in a bit of an attack on this fourth lap. Very impressive job by Scott, which means that he's going to be seeing 3 laps to go here in just a moment in a solo position with Brandon McElravy and Ryan Clayton. 4 laps to go, 4 laps to go. Next rider through the start-finish area is going to be Scott Allen, who's going to see 3 laps to go. Last time he came through here, he was with the trio, and he has decided that he does not want Ryan or Brendan to be part of his party today, as he is now off the front in a solo effort. In the meantime, we also saw Bradford Huber with a bit of a gap to Jason Lux the last time around. Now they are riding together with Jason taking the pacemaking duties. As second and third place, Ryan Clayton and BMAC coming through the start-finish area here. They have got 3 laps left to try to close the gap that Scott Allen has opened to them in that 45 open category. Again, Bradford Huber, the older of the Huber brothers, both on course right now, taking over the pacemaking duties from Jason Lux. So the two of them now jockeying for that first position in the B field with a slight lead over anyone else in that category currently as it stands right now. Not particularly far behind him, we have a Pegacorn racer, one of my personal teammates, you got to love that, who unfortunately I don't have a name for. We're going to try to get you some identification, as it looks like Jason Olson and Brent Cannon are also coming through the start-finish area here now together, working to try to see if they can't catch up to the front end of that 45 open field, who are also coming through the start-finish area here. So the top 3 in our B field now not too far away from each other, but with Bradford taking the pacemaking duties back from Jason Lux, who had been in front of him halfway through this course, but the both of them very much dialed in and looking like they are going to turn these last 3 laps into an absolute showdown. But in the meantime, number 137 trying to crash their party, so the top end of the B podium still very much up for grabs between the 3 of these racers all together now with 139. Another racer who is a late ad, so unfortunately I don't have a name for him, but he's riding with Kyle Coates. So the top 5 in the B field still very, very much together and up for grabs, as Sam Dearden, also a man traditionally strong with the late attacks in the race with the long endurance cycling background of gravel racing. So Sam Dearden very much racing into some strong form in cyclocross, coming from a longer endurance style background of gravel racing traditionally during the season. So heaven help you if Sam Dearden actually starts to put in the cyclocross in his legs that he needs to catch up on those endurance miles that he traditionally is so dangerous at. In the meantime, we look outward to see also that now Melissa Rollins has taken upon herself the pacemaking duties that Megan Sheridan has been so much wanting to have on her shoulders for the majority of the race so far. So now it is Melissa Rollins and Megan Sheridan 1-2 in the women's A field. They both together still, but now switching positions as Melissa is about to see 3 laps to go. Megan Sheridan still very much on her wheel. So the 2 of them working together. One thing you got to love about Melissa is no matter how far into the pain cave she is, she still has that smile on her face as she is pushing the pace. Mike Broderick and Asa Hart now together, the 2 leaders in their respective categories, working together to push the pace on the front end of their respective fields as well. So the 2 of them are all but locking up the front end of the men's 35B field, as now Liam O'Donnell's coming through the start-finish area. We've got another number of riders continuing in their categories as well here. Number 912, one of our consistents in the men's 35B field, Brad Seeger, who is out on course for 3 laps to go, as Colby Wayman also looking to find that form again here as he needs to push his way back onto the podium. I believe that he is in a podium position, but needs to move up if he wants to see anything higher than 3rd place, is where I believe he currently is standing in the 35B field. The number of riders continuing to come across the line now in all categories, that being number 148, Ryan Mauser, riding for Bingham Cyclery, powered by Peak Fasteners here. This year also Mark Alston riding in the men's 35B field. He is falling a little bit off of the pace, as we see also now Catherine Shield continuing to put a few sticks out on course here as she's moved to open up the gap between herself and Sarah Kaufman for 3rd place in the women's A field. So with only 3 laps to go, it looks like we're running out of real estate for Sarah Kaufman to catch back up to the rear wheel of Catherine Shields, but also unfortunately Catherine Shields running out of time to catch the likes of Megan Sheridan and Melissa Rollins, who are now in the front end of the field by some margin, with Melissa Rollins taking over the pacemaking duties from Megan Sheridan in this last lap here. It'll be interesting to see where they are as they come back over the wall here with only 2 laps to go. Right now in the midst of their 3rd lap to go in all categories right now. Last we saw, Scott Allen had also put in quite the impressive dig to attack the likes of Ryan Clayton and Brandon McElravy, who were with them the lap before, but now also coming across the line with about a gap of 10 seconds or so. Once Scott Allen comes above, well, there he is right now. He's remounting to come to the top of the wall, so he is now up onto the baseball fields again. Once he comes across the line, he's going to be seeing his penultimate lap, and it will also be giving us a chance to see what kind of gap he has put onto the 2 riders that were riding with him up until this last moment in time here when he moved to take over the solo lead from Ryan Clayton and BMAC, who are now riding in 2nd and 3rd place positions. We'll see which one of them comes up over the hill first to be in 2nd place between the 2 of them. Once Scott Allen comes across the line again, as we said, he will be occupying solo 1st place with only 2 laps to go, and it looks like Ryan Clayton still in the lead between himself and Brendan McElravy, who now are fighting for that 2nd and 3rd spot on the podium with no real likelihood of catching on to Scott Allen if they don't make a move now, as he is starting to ride well ahead of them and well away from them with only 2 laps to go here. Dallin Hatch making his way through the start area, not far behind him. We've got 9:35. That's going to be another racer who unfortunately I don't have a name for in terms of our starting list here, but that rider in the 35B field, Barney Rubble. All right. Apparently that was Barney Rubble. I don't know who he thinks I think that is, but I don't think that's what his name was. All right, so we have no riders left between Scott Allen and the finish line. So we are going to go ahead and flip our sign over, which means that the next time Scott Allen comes across the line, he's going to be signaled for 2 laps to go. That's 2 laps to go. And in the meantime, we look at that the rider in the B category, who unfortunately we don't have a name for, has actually leapfrogged both Bradford Huber and Jason Lux, who was riding with him at the front end of the Bs. Jason now taking over pacemaking duties once again from that rider for Pegacorn Racing, who have gapped Bradford Huber off the back. So even though Bradford Huber having a very impressive ride last Saturday, 2 laps to go for Scott Allen as he comes across the line now. Again, back to Bradford Huber, who had a very strong second half of his race at Art Die last weekend, but right now actually flagging slightly as the gap has now opened between himself and Jason Lux, followed very closely by the rider in second place riding for Pegacorn Racing. We'll try to get a name for you this time around, as I now have the start list for all who have signed up late here. Based on what I see here, that very likely could be either Anderson Lewis or Bennett Cook, but we'll double check for you on that one as they come across the line. As Ryan Clayton and BMAC now coming across, also going to be seeing 2 laps to go. They're running out of real estate to catch back up to Scott Allen, who has attacked off the front and is solidly now in first place in that 45 open category as they make their way out to 2 laps to go. So confirmation right now of the second place rider in the B, number 137. So that is indeed Bennett Cook, who has taken over second place from Bradford Huber. But Huber working very hard to get back onto these 2 riders, making the top 3 in this B field all but together again. That podium very much still up for grabs as Brent Cannon now and Jason Olsen coming across the line. They're still riding very strongly in that 45 open category, trying to get back up into the podium positions as Jason Lux now out of the saddle, pushing the pace from Bennett Cook and Bradford Huber still together in the B field here. It looks like Bradford still being able to maintain a little bit of what he's going to need to maintain position with these 2 riders if he's going to want to take that top step of the podium again for the second week in a row. Again, Jason Lux taking the night ride at Art Die, Bradford taking the daytime race at Art Die. So the 2 champions from last weekend now battling it out, with Bennett Cook also between the 2 of them in that race generally as well here. So the next leaders that we expect to see are going to be either Mike Broderick for the 35B field or Melissa Rollins and Megan Sheridan continuing to battle it out in the women's A field, neither of which have come up over the wall just yet. We should expect to see them popping. Oh no, I lie, as now Megan Sheridan, who is in the baseball fields, has actually taken over the pacemaking duties yet again from Melissa Rollins. So the 2 of them still jockeying and battling for position as Mike Broderick is now with them as the lead in the 35B category, and Asa Hart continues to maintain his position amongst them as well as the leader in our junior 15 to 18 category. So all 3 leaders in those respective fields all now riding together to maintain the pace in their categories and working together as the leaders in their fields, as Asa Hart is starting to put in a little bit of a dig. So he's going to be the first of those sets of 4 riding now together, as Megan Sheridan putting in a bit of an attack as she's about to see her penultimate lap, with Melissa Rollins still very close to her wheel, but the gap opening up between the 2 of them and sandwiched between the 2, Mike Broderick. So Mike Broderick trying to come around, get back onto the wheel of Asa Hart and continue riding, as now Melissa is starting to look like she's back into the pain cave, as Megan Sheridan has put in a bit of an attack on Melissa to try to drop her. In the meantime, we look outward to see what the gap looks like between 3rd and 4th place being Catherine Shields and Sarah Kaufman in the women's A field, as Joshua Benton now making the turn. He is going to see 2 laps to go in the B field. Great job by Josh as he's working his way around. Now Liam O'Donnell looks like he has started to find a second wind, as he's only got 2 laps to go and needs to make up a few very important possessions for the overall series, where he is still very much in contention for the overall series win. Not far behind him is Colby Wayman, still also in contention for the 35B field, and Jeff Yipe not far behind both of them in the 45 open category. So 35B field, podium position still very much open for grabs, even though it looks like Mike Broderick once again is riding away with the win in that category. 2nd and 3rd place not exactly stitched up at this point in time. And again, the overall series points are still very, very much not only up for grabs, but very valuable for each and every one of these races as we move closer and closer to our state championships and the overall in the UTCX, which right now is still up for grabs in pretty much every category, to include our men's A racers, who Justin Lundeen, of course, being the absolute dominant rider in the field right now in the men's A, but again, missing out, unfortunately, in not one but two races last time around, is looking to capitalize on the double points that he'll be receiving this weekend if he's able to get back on the top step of the podium. Of course, Alex Grant deciding that he wants to try to ruin that fun that Justin's been having. We'll see if he's able to do so. In the meantime, Catherine Shields continuing to hold the gap that she has on Sarah Kaufman, but Sarah Kaufman with only 2 laps to go, actually starting to close that gap down little by little. 2 laps to go, the gap only now to about 6 to 8 seconds between herself and the podium in Catherine Shields right now, currently in 3rd place right now, as we also look outward to see that Scott Allen has made his way to the top of the wall, so he is back in the baseball fields, and he will be moving to his final lap here in just a few moments. The gap between himself and Ryan Clayton and BMAC continuing to open up, so he, if barring any unfortunate circumstance, it looks like Scott Allen back where he likes to be, not only on the top step of the podium in the 45 open field, but with quite the gap over the rest of the riders in that category, which means he's going to be able to ride that last lap of his race in relative style and ease. But, of course, Ryan Clayton and BMAC wanting to ruin his day are going to have to put in something special to see if that's going to happen, as Ashley Beimert continues to also push her pace with 2 laps to go as well. She's through the start-finish area once again here. A number of riders continuing to work their way through the start-finish as we see where Scott Allen is in relation to Brandon McElravy, who has now taken over 2nd place from Ryan Clayton, who is continuing to move into that position where he is allowing Brandon McElravy to pick his lines and push the pace. The two of them now working together to not let anyone come from behind to ruin their day on 2nd and 3rd place in the podium, even though unfortunately it looks like the top step of that podium is all but decided with only one rider out in front in solo position by himself where he likes to be. That again, of course, being Scott Allen, one of our resident former champions, who is very much, if I may be so bold as to say, enjoying the absence of Justin Morgan from this 45 open field, and back out where he likes to be on the top step of the podium now is Scott Allen, followed not so very closely by BMAC and Ryan Clayton in 2nd and 3rd place position. But here he comes down the stretch. He's in a strong position. He's going to be getting the bell lap here with only 1 lap to go. Scott Allen at the front end of the race for the 3rd wave of the day. That means that all 4th wave riders, keep in mind that we are only about 8 minutes away from opening the course to pre-ride. This is now a final lap for all racers. Once Scott Allen, if he is able to win this race, does come across the line for the last time, we will be able to open up the lap for pre-ride. But in the meantime, please make sure that you are not entering the course until instructed to do so. Brandon McElravy getting a few precious swigs of that last little bit of water before dumping his bottle so that he can be as light as possible for this final lap, as he's about to see the finish line for the 2nd to last time, with Ryan Clayton still breathing down his neck and giving him a little bit of a trouble in this last lap. We also look outwards to see that out of nowhere we have had quite the attack from both Bradford Huber and Bennett Cook. Bennett Cook now being in the front end of the B field. And here we see those legs, those strong endurance legs of Sam Dearden starting to pay off. He has now moved into a very impressive 3rd place in the B field. That's Sam Dearden coming relatively out of nowhere almost to snag 3rd place, unless for some reason he is actually a lap down, which I do not believe he is. Now Sam Dearden holding down 3rd place ahead of Jason Lux, who is now finding himself off the podium after having led for a number of these races, as Bennett is about to see the final lap. He is now in the lead with Bradford, falling off his pace with only 1 lap to go. Now 3rd place, Sam Dearden putting in a late charge in the B field to put himself very impressively into that spot where Jason Lux is going to need to put in a very impressive final lap and burn a few of those last matches that he's saving for this final lap to try to get himself back onto the podium, with Sam Dearden absolutely coming out of nowhere to ruin his day. In the meantime, we also look outward. Any minute now we should be seeing the very prominent and impressive figures of Megan Sheridan, Melissa Rollins, as they're going to be making their way towards the start-finish area. And as it stands right now, it does look like it's Melissa Rollins who has made her way back up to the wheel of Megan Sheridan and indeed passed. So she is now taking over the pacemaking duties once again from Megan Sheridan, who, even as I say that, moves back in the lead ahead of Melissa Rollins. So the two of them continuing to jockey back and good heavens, jockey back and forth. See, Joe, you can talk when you try hard enough. for for the front end of the women's A field. Not far ahead of them also Mike Broderick, still in the front end of the men's B field. He's going to be coming through the start-finish area here in just a few moments as well. Not far behind him is Asa Hart at the front end of the junior 15 to 18 category men's field. So those leaders still continuing to ride together in some very impressive style. Melissa Rollins riding for Team 2024 now as our local pro. Not far behind her, Team 10 Speed Heroes Megan Sheridan, who needs to make sure that that gap does not continue to open with only one lap to go. It looks like Melissa Rollins is trying her best to gap a very strong Megan Sheridan off her back wheel with these upper grass sections where the watts are going to absolutely matter. Asa Hart continuing to ride. Melissa Rollins pushing through these grass sections. Megan's going to need to get back onto her wheel if she does not want that that top step of the podium to ride away from her. Right now in the form of Melissa Rollins, who is putting in an absolute dig of an attack. Not far ahead of her, Asa Hart continuing to hold down a very dominant position at the front end of the men's 15 to 18-year-old field. And Mike Broderick continuing where he left off, of course, last week with a dominant performance right now in the 35B field. He is absolutely demolishing the rest of that course, but not far behind him. Generally speaking, in that race, we've got Mark Alston and Colby Wayment, who are also still continuing to push towards a podium position. As far as I can tell, we've got Colby, I believe, in third place, possibly second, but we've got, of course, one lap still to go if he wants to improve that position on the podium as it stands right now. So Pete Stack's going to be coming across the line here in just a few moments, as well as a number of other racers that we have here in the men's 35 and men's B field. With only one lap to go, they are running out of daylight and real estate if they want to make it on the podium, but at the same time, every single one of these places do count towards their overall series. Pete, of course, being in that contention for the overall series, or at least the podium in that overall series right now as it stands in the B field. So he needs to make sure that he is digging for this last lap to ensure that no one is passing him. Mark Alston followed very closely by Jeff Yipe in their respective fields as they come through the start-finish area as well with only one lap to go. All right, so last time around it looked like there was a bit of a gap, about 5 to 8 seconds between the third place contenders, and Sarah Kaufman has now closed that gap and is now taking third spot away from Catherine Shields. So the two of them now with only one lap to go are going to need to work together for that third spot on the podium. They are now going to be jockeying for position between the two of them, throwing a few bows through this last lap here as Irvin Hunt is making his way through the start-finish area, followed very closely. Catherine Shields may in fact be on her B bike. So even with an unfortunate mechanical that forced her onto her secondary bike, it looks like she still had enough in the gas tank to put in a bit of an attack. So, ladies and gentlemen, your third place finisher on the women's A race, Catherine Shields.
That's the A bike.
Yeah. No, it's just
Or am I
this bike was broken for a while,
Okay.
so I was racing on the other one. for a
So that's
couple
why it looks
races.
a little bit different to me.
Yeah, I keep
Good
throwing
job.
people off.
Not bad, not bad.
But I
Very
wanted to
good.
switch because
Because the
I think
tires
with
are a
full
little bit-
alignments would have been better for the hill,
Yeah.
for the baby alignments.
Starting to get turned up a little bit now. Okay. Good job, Sarah.
Great job by Sarah Kaufman to put in a little bit of a dig for that podium spot. Unfortunately, losing out to Catherine Shield, but still finishing in true fashion here. I've got it on good authority by a few of the racers in the third wave that the wall run-up that we have an AB line for has started to really churn up. So even the B section that has been a little bit easier to make the full ride on is starting to get more and more difficult as the mud has started to become more prominent on that wall itself. So now tire section. Hey, guys. Hey, Catherine. Guys, we still have a few people finishing if you want to just be careful really quick. Thank you, guys. So as I said here in the fourth wave, it's going to be very interesting. And if you haven't made your way down to check it out, we've got the wall, which has got an AB line to it, over by the cell phone towers as they make their way back up off the riverbed. and into the baseball fields. That is going to be a huge section of the course as it plays out in the A races here in the fourth wave of the day. So if you're looking for some pretty stellar shots to make for video or photos to put out onto those social media platforms of your own, that would be a pretty stellar place to get posted up to watch some of the great racing as it unfolds, because after 3 waves of racing so far throughout the day, it looks like even the B line that has been rideable to this point is starting to get well and churned up enough to the point where it is going to be very, very challenging for all riders to maintain a position on their bikes, many of which now probably going to have to be making the choice to ride the A line and dismount after the rut section so as to be able to make it up cleanly and back onto their bikes for the remainder of that run-up before getting back onto the final section of our course in the baseball fields and then coming through the start-finish line to complete any lap that they're on. So we have some results that will be published here in just a few moments for the third wave of the day. In the meantime, we do appreciate and thank all of the riders who are out pre-riding right now for not coming through the start-finish area unless you are an active racer, so as to not impede any of the race information that we have being generated by our official Steven here at the booth itself. So thank you once again for making sure that you maintain that position of not coming across the line if you are in pre-ride mode while we get ready for our fourth wave of the day. Now, as we prepare for the fourth wave of the day, let's go ahead and give you a heads up on some of the riders that we're going to see take the start line. We've got a huge stacked list in the men's A field today. Of course, the man who has been in charge of the entirety of the series so far to this point, no one has been able to have an answer for this guy. That's Justin Lundeen, who has been riding with some serious style so far for Apex Pro Cycling. Unfortunately, last week, missing both of the races that we had at Art Dye Park, both the night Friday race and the Saturday morning race. So he now playing a little bit of catch-up to Alex Grant, who was able to win one of those 2 races. The other winner also out here today as well in the night race victory of Danny Van Wagner riding for Johnson Elite Orthodontics. So, of course, with those races being in the books and Justin Lundeen's name not being on either one of them, the double points value of today's race going to be very, very valuable for any of the racers lining up on the line in terms of the overall series points values. So we do, of course, highlight the presence of Justin Lundeen, the presence of Alex Grant, who, if anyone has been able to give Justin a run for his money so far this series, it has been Alex Grant, who has also taken the start line today. But then again, we do have a number of other heavy hitters to highlight, chief of which perhaps is going to be the man making his way down the start-finish stretch right now, DVM himself, DVW himself, Danny Van Wagner, taking home a win very recently. Now, we do have the single speeders that we never want to forget. Joe Seeloff, who had a very impressive showing last week, but he's going to have to put in quite the effort if he's going to want to beat the man Steve Wasman, who has been showing some very impressive and serious form. Aaron Larson also in that mix today. We'll see how he goes in these conditions where the gearing on the bike is going to be quite the important decision to make, with a number of sections where the run-ups will be playing a huge part in the overall race for the single speeders as well here. So the gear ratio is playing into the decision-making that's going to be happening out on course. Now, back to the men's A race, where I do want to highlight another name who absolutely needs a little bit of love. Let's make sure he gets it. Mr. Bruce Deppy himself, one of our Mr. Consistencies. He's going to be on the starting line once again today, looking for those double points on the day. We've also got Jeff Bender, who's going to be out and about on the starting line today. And another name that we want to mention, because we don't see as much of him, unfortunately, I don't believe he's been out since Fort B and Big Cottonwood before that, and that's the man himself, Truman Glasgow, one of our young guns, who is also out and riding today. We're going to see how Truman does in comparison to some of these other big names that we've been talking about before. He's been on the podium so far this series already. Another man who has been on the podium so far once this year is Jordan Chapman, riding for Ortho Idaho, who's already got 1/3 place this season, and he needs to make a second podium appearance as far as I'm concerned here. But Truman Glasgow, one of the guys that does not want to give him that opportunity today. He already taking down 1 second place finish at Big Cottonwood. So we'll see how Truman does. What's up, brother? Yeah, it's going good here.
Brian's starting to make it's not Spencer. Are you getting a name for 35? I know Cameron Anderson. Anders Johnson, okay. Hey, good race today, Scott. Awesome job, man.
Now, one other name that I've gotten used to not talking about as much when it comes to the men's A field because of his recent appearances in the 45 open category. But again, racing in the A's again today is the man himself from Park City, Justin Morgan, who we're excited to see back out on course. So he's going to be in the mix once again in the A field, making this an even more interesting day than usual. Not to mention the local guy, one of the dudes that we don't get to see it as often until we come up to his neck of the woods, Kevin Day himself. He's also going to be lining up for us in the men's A field. So we're super stoked and excited to see how that race plays out for him. Last time he was out, he was a podium finisher for us as well. So he, of course, looking to get out and back onto the podium, but a number of major players wanting to keep him from doing so. So good luck to Kevin Day and his exploits today as well. We've got Anders Johnson also in the mix today. So again, if you have never stuck around long enough to watch the men's A race, ladies and gentlemen, this is the day to do it. As so many of our big names are out and about today, this race is about to get super fast and crazy scary good. So if you have people that are unable to make it to the race today, one other option that you can provide them is to have them head on over to Game On Live Studios, where on their YouTube channel we are streaming this race live for anyone who is unable to make it today to the event to watch these guys absolutely smash and show us why they are the men's A racers, the local pros that we have out here. We're so lucky to see this caliber of racer in our fields here in the state of Utah. So if you have someone who is unable to make it out to the venue, or if you've gone home already after your races today or are heading out to do so to maybe find some food or otherwise, make sure that you are jumping onto Game On LS on YouTube or any of their other social media platforms, as well as going to Game On Live Studios website, gols.co, to catch some of this impressive footage that you're about to see from the men's A races.
I know. I'm not ignoring him.
Another name that we want to point out to you, because he is absolutely one of our regulars and he is always in the mix as well, Mr. Dylan Cerulis. Happy to see him out and about on his bike as well here. So Dylan's going to be on our starting line as well. We've got pretty much dang near everybody, ladies and gentlemen. This is a race that is absolutely one not to miss, as we will be staging here in just a few minutes the results of the the third wave races of the day, going to be finalized here in just a moment. So at this time we are about 2 to 3 minutes away from staging for all fourth wave racers of the day, only about 2 to 3 minutes away from staging. So if you are in this general area, can hear my voice, you probably do not have the time for one more full hot lap before we will be staging. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we do have the results of our third wave of the day now published onto the side of our UTCX trailer. So for all third wave racers, your results are now up and finalized. You're welcome to come on over and take a look at those. If you have any issues, of course, we do have 10 minutes to clarify those with our official Steven before we will finalize them. And of course, as always, our podium ceremony will take place for our third wave racers as soon as our fourth wave is off and running. I keep, of course, talking about the men's field, but again, as always, we want to recognize that the 35A field and the single speed will also be in our fourth wave of the day. The single speed field continuing to become more and more competitive week in and week out, with a number of riders choosing to ride in that category as their primary category for competition now, which has made the field far more dynamic and challenging than it has been in races past. So the single speed field itself also very much an enjoyable one to watch today. Unfortunately, it looks like a number of our heavy hitters in the men's 35A category missing out because of the 25 hours of Frog Hollow race, which is going on currently. So no Dan Hoops on the line, and unfortunately I have not seen Weston Woodward out and about. So it looks like Derek Edwards more than likely going to be cashing in big time on the double points, but Seth Bradley wanting to ruin his day as well, and TJ Stone obviously going to be out for the men's 35A field as well. So with the absence of Dan Hoops and Weston Woodward, it looks like it's up for grabs, generally speaking, in terms of who else is going to be riding in that category.
What the heck is this? Where are my awesome freaking gloves? These are cool.
The problem was that
Is it hand up?
last year
All right, sweet.
I could handily beat TJ. This year, there was one race where it's like, oh, fourth wave Ventura.
Oh yeah. This is another. Hey, this is another race that's going to be that way because a lot of really pumpy sections. He's got that low, that like strong wattage. It's not the pegcorn jersey, it's the unicorn jersey. They're different.
All right, so I warned you about 2 to 3 minutes ago the staging would happen in 2 to 3 minutes, which means that now it is staging. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the fourth wave of the day, your start-finish stretch is where you need to be. Steven has started taking his long walk down to the hole shot. So for all fourth wave races of the day, that's the men's A field, the men's 35A field, and the single speed divisions. Go ahead and head on down to the staging area where we are going to be getting you set up for your call-ups today, as well as the rest of the field. Again, as I mentioned today, many of our heavy hitters of the day out, ready for a throwdown. So now is not the time to not be ready for a good position on the start line. If you are in one of those category fields, make sure that you head on down, because it is going to get real tough real quick if you are not towards the front of this race. Again, for all fourth wave races of the day, we will mention again, we are staging, which means in just a few minutes we'll be off and running in the fourth wave. And once that is the case, we will go ahead and move to our podium ceremony for the third wave racers of the day, where we can recognize the top three in each of the categories that just finished off as well. Very impressive job by all the racers in those fields to get the results that they got on these double points days. Congratulations to all winners and finishers in each of our categories so far. Again, please feel free to stick around and watch the impressive racing that's going to be going down during the men's A field today, with an absolutely stacked posse of guys going out onto the course for the A field. Again, to mention, we've got a couple of recent race winners lining up, chief of which, of course, being Alex Grant, who took down the day race at Art Dye last weekend, and Danny Van Wagner, or DVW, who took down the night race at Art Dye this past weekend. But he, of course, not to be outdone by the guy who's been taking pretty much every other race beside that, riding for Apex Pro, which is Justin Lundeen on the far right as we look at it, of the front end that's going to be taking up positions at the front end of the field here for the A's. Right beside Alex Grant, we've got Jeff Bender getting ready to get out on course as well here, hoping to repeat the success of his lady love, Miss Mel Rollins, who had already won in the women's A category earlier today. So Jeff Bender now racing for the posse in the A field. We've got Bruce Steppe on the front line as well, and Jordan Chapman already having enjoyed one podium so far this year, looking to hunt for a second one this time around, but he's got a couple of guys behind him that want to ruin his day. We've got Truman Glasgow in the field again after enjoying a podium earlier in the series, as well as Justin Morgan, who's been kind of chopping up the 45s lately and is now moving back to the A field for the, I believe, second time so far in the series after having raced only A's one time before moving to the 45s so far this year. We've got Dylan Cerulis in the mix, as well as Anders Johnson, who we don't get to see a whole lot of out here. He's going to be on the line, and another guy that we don't get to see nearly as much as we'd love to, of him, of course, being Kevin Day, the local hero, who's lining up for Hyper Threads. He's going to be a major factor in this race as well here. So, again, I find myself continuing to say a whole bunch of names because every single person who has seemed to have been a major element in this series overall, not only in this season, but for seasons to come and seasons past, are out to play today. Really, unfortunately, the only major omission from the start line being Thomas Torres, who has unfortunately a broken finger and is not going to be racing today. But he, I know, is still here in spirits, probably watching the feed as we speak right now. So if you are, Thomas, just giving you a little bit of love. We hope your recovery is quick, and we hope to see you again soon here, buddy. But in the meantime, missing out on the double points on the day. These guys hungry for the top end of this race field. We're going to see how it plays out here. If I had to put my money on someone, it'd be pretty foolish not to pick either Alex Grant or Justin Lundeen right now, but I know a number of these riders in this field want to absolutely ruin the day. And who knows, maybe this is the kind of course that will be more fitting for a different kind of style than we've seen in the past here. Obviously, Justin Lundeen showing a huge amount of technical prowess coming from his mountain bike background. This course, however, being a little bit more open and a little bit more friendly to the less technical likes of those riders who may not have as much of a mountain bike background as him. But to be frank, Alex Grant, Danny Van Wagner, Bruce Steppe, pretty much all of them, Jeff Bender, these guys are all from the mountain biking world, so this right up their alley. However, with the sections that we have down by the riverbed being so punchy and open, there's going to be a lot of jockeying for positions as we get closer and closer to the barrier section before we're working our way up the wall in the northeast portion of the sector, or northeast sector of our course, before coming back out onto the baseball fields to finish the lap here. So it'll be very, very interesting to see what kind of speeds we see from this A field, and to be frank too, how bunched up the front end of this field will actually be, because there's really not a whole lot of technical sections of the course to allow for much separation of the field itself. So this may indeed turn into quite the front end group, with a number of riders fighting it out amongst themselves for the front end of this field, many of them which having the same level of parity in their fitness and racing style as we've seen in earlier races so far this season. Again, if you're a betting person, it'd be hard to not put your money on Alex Grant or Justin Lundeen, but a number of riders here wanting to show that they are ready to party as well and take that top step of the podium that has been all but hoarded by those two so far this season, minus the few races where they have not been around. In just a few minutes, we'll see them off and running here. Also, just to mention, again, like I said, we have the single speed guys out on the course as well. They're going to be getting going here with the rest of the group. And a number of riders in that field to watch out for. We'll try to give you an idea of who they are as they come through the start-finish area. We are in the territory of guys like Matt Keel, who ride for 2 Hoosiers Cycling. Don't get to see him as much when we go south for our races, but when he is up in this area, we do tend to see quite a bit of Matt Keel. And we are off and running with the men's A field. It looks like Jeff Bender going to be taking the whole shot away from Bruce Steppe, Alex Grant, and Justin Lundeen right there as well here, as we also see Chad Chenoweth off and running. We've also got number 23, Kevin Wild, in the mix today as well in that field. So a number of racers that we've mentioned as well. Cameron Anderson riding for Punch Cycling. He is also someone worth watching and keeping your eye on as well. So all of these figures right there where we expect them to be. Andy Robinson also in the field as well here. So good luck to them as they're out and running. All of these racers with a tough start, with a number of guys trying to get into that first hole shot corner. We turn back to the front of the 35A field, where it looks like we've actually got a surprise addition to that field, with Sam Dearden having found his legs in the men's B race, now on the line for the men's 35A race. So he is already 1 race deep on the weekend. He's about to make it 2, and he's got Mike May, Seth Bradley, TJ Stone, and the guy who's probably the one to watch out for most of all is Derek Edwards for Plan 7, off and running with Seth Bradley taking the whole shot away from Mike May. We've got Dave Harward also out for his second race of the weekend, so good for him coming out a second time. We've got Tyler Servos also riding for Ascent Cycling. He's out as Seth Bradley takes the whole shot from Derek Edwards. Mike May also in the mix, and TJ Stone as they head out on running. We also have the single speeds about to get off and going, and as I said, today it looks like, unfortunately, some of the individuals who wanted to ruin Steve Wasman's weekend earlier throughout the series is not here today. So Steve, I don't know if he's wanting to take a nap on the course or what, but Steve right there in the middle is the guy to beat today. But Aaron Larson, if there's anybody that wants to go ahead and ruin his day, I don't know. I don't believe Aaron when he shakes his head like that. He's always won for the races as well, so we'll see if he's got what it takes to give him a bit of a run for his money. We also want to highlight, obviously, Joel Saloff riding for Bingham Cycling, powered by Peak Fasteners, who's been on the podium with Steve Wasman in the past recently, so he's off and running as well. We've got also in the mix today number 525, Greg Steele, as well as a number of other riders we'll try to highlight as well here. So now with all three categories of the fourth wave of the day out on course, we'll go ahead and move to our podium ceremonies for the third wave races of the day. If you are a podium finisher for the third wave, we'll go ahead and get you recognized here. Again, with the results published and out for viewing here. Good thing Megan Sheridan just didn't end her season just now. We're going to go ahead and recognize everyone all finishing on the third wave of the podium. If you want to head on over to the UTCX trailer, we'll get you recognized here in just a few moments. So again, all finishers on the podium in the third wave races of the day, please head on over so we can get you recognized in the podium ceremonies of the day.
I got all this food to eat. It always stacks up for me, and I end up never being able to eat it.
They'll be here in about 3 minutes.
No.
We don't want to be waiting on you, Mel.
First time I ever did it.
Oh, good job. Nice. All right, you gotta keep up with that. That's fair. Good buddy. Good job again. Very, very impressive. All right. Oh, do we make a turn? Yeah, we did. Holy, second place at 40. Right. Not bad. Now, where's the man? I want to make sure I get your name right. Yeah. Next season, no. Trying to get into
Yeah,
those
but
A's.
we need you though.
I know that's. I kind of put myself, and now I'm actually part of the group in town too.
Oh.
So it's really hard to raise people up because I'm.
Well, then you just do things like that.
I know. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our third wave podium ceremony of the day. Now, for all finishers, what we have for you is a selection of shirts from Laser Cycling, our proud podium sponsor as well today. Unfortunately, it looks like we've already run out of the hats. I don't think we have any extras on, at least we out. Okay, so we're going to have Laser shirts for you for all winners on the podium today, as well as Kodiak, who's always been a wonderful podium sponsor for us as well. And we'll get started with those today. Starting, of course, with the junior men's 15 to 18. This has been, to be frank, the tale of one very impressive rider so far this season. That continues to be the case, but we'll get to him. In the meantime, unfortunately, I don't have a name for third place, so if you're number 1123, let's get you recognized in style. Who's number 1123? Unless they're gone. unfortunately. All right, so in third place we had 11:23. In second place with a very impressive finish, Mr. Jordan Forsgren. And on the top step of the podium, once again, his teammate, after a very impressive finish, coming after a very successful, as you can tell, Nike mountain biking season. On the podium once again, Asa. Ladies and gentlemen, your junior 15 to 18 category podium. Now, just for the sake of it, in case he came over there or came back recently, we did have number 1123 that was on the podium in that category. I don't have a name for that individual, so if you're number 1123, head on over to get yourself your podium prize. In the meantime, we'll move on to the men's 35B podium. Very, very impressive job by all in that category, not least of which in third place we had Mr. Joe Beals, riding for Saltair Cross Fever. Very, very impressive job by Joe. Good job. Riding for Mountain Green Cycling Club, I believe he's been third place a couple of times now. On second place on the podium, Mr. Colby Wayment. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. He's 1 year older and wiser too. After a birthday last weekend, he's celebrating in his style, riding for Zone 5, Mr. Mike Broderick. Mike taking his dear sweet time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here is your men's 35B podium. All right, from here we'll move on to the men's B podium. Very, very impressive job by all in the men's B field. We had quite the battle for the podium today. Unfortunately, one of the individuals on the podium will not be joining us for the race because he's already back in the men's A field racing for a second time this weekend. But in the meantime, we will recognize third and first place. First off, riding in very impressive style to stay on the podium for the second week in a row. Sorry, I'm trying to buy some time while we get you ready there, Mr. Huber here. But in the meantime, no worries. Again, for the second week in a row, this time third spot on the podium, Mr. Bradford Huber. And even though he is out on course, we'll go ahead and recognize number 2 in the men's B, who is now racing in the men's A field, riding for Zone 5. That's Sam Dearden. But on the top step of the podium, riding for DNA Cycling, representing Team Pegacorn, we've got Bennett Koch. Let's give him some love, ladies and gentlemen. Here is our podium for the men's B field. All right, and we'll go ahead and move on now, as soon as we're able to do so, to usually one of my favorite races of the weekend. It's always so refreshing to see as many competitors as we're able to get in this one, and that's, of course, the women's A field. We've had a few weekends where we've had a few miss out because of other major events that they're riding in. Many of these athletes sponsored and very, very busy with other parts of their schedule, but we're very lucky to have them today. In third place, riding for Pickup Cycling, powered by Peak Fasteners, we've got Catherine Shield. In second place, after having moved up from the men's B field back into the women's A category where she belongs, because we love to see her, they're just absolutely dominating. That's Megan Sheridan. And on the top step of the podium, after saying that she didn't even want to race today, well, good thing she decided to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our local pros, Melissa Rollins. Just trying to guilt you into making sure you come out more often, Mel. So, ladies and gentlemen, here is your women's A podium.
And of course, ladies, stick around. We'll try to get you coordinated free payouts as well here in just a moment. Yeah. Oh, you already got it taken care of. Right. Check you out. You guys are way ahead of me. I feel like last time I've had to say that a couple times. You're killing it.
And, of course, we still have one podium to get to. So don't go anywhere just yet. We've got the Masters 45 Open podium. Very, very impressive job by the three that were tackling the front end of this field today, not least of which in third place, riding for Gothic Health Club, is Mr. Ryan Clayton. In second place, riding for State Park City Cycling, the man, the myth, the legend himself, the best hair in the game. We got B-Mac, Brandon McElravy. And right back up on the top step of the podium where, frankly, he belongs, riding for Hangar 15, ladies and gentlemen, Scott Allen. He's so strong and so good looking, too. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's your 45 open category podium. Now, in the meantime, that means we look outward to see where the racing is going on in the field, and it looks like we have a four-man bunch at the front end of this field with Justin Lundeen leading out from Truman Glasgow, Jeff Bender, and Alex Grant, with Danny Van Wagner and Bruce Deppy trying to work together to get back onto the form of those top four. So in just a minute, we'll see if those top four end up being a top six. But right now, Justin Lundeen taking the pace as they're about to head on to their third lap of what looks like presumably 10 in total. So very, very impressive pace being set right now by the men's A field. Not far behind them, they've got Kevin Day and Justin Morgan also trying to make their way back up to the front end of this field. But in the meantime, Justin Lundeen not wanting to have any of it. He's out of the saddle. He's pushing. He's looking for someone like Truman to take over the pacemaking duties. Jeff Bender obliging to do so as well, but Alex Grant still right there in the mix with DVW himself coming through the start-finish line, and Bruce Deppy, the two of them trying to get back onto that front four. Doing so in some style with Kevin Day and Justin Morgan not far off the pace as they're starting their third lap. We've also got Anders Johnson, who's going to be coming through the start-finish area in just a few minutes. So he is starting to lose a little bit of pace, unfortunately, but he needs to use this third lap to try to get back onto the front six, who are right now trying to ride away from the rest of the field, comprising the guys like Anders Johnson, who's coming across the line as it stands right now. We've also got Dylan Cerulis not far behind him, the duet of Cameron Anderson and Jordan Chapman, who are still riding together here. So a number of riders still in the mix, but with the top four starting to gap the rest of the group as it stands here. We've got Andy Robinson and Chad Chenoweth also continuing to ride in style as they are off and running for their third lap of the day here. Also worth looking at, we've got Steve Wassman on the single speed already making his way through the men's 35A field, and he is well ahead of the pace of any of the competitors in the single speed category as it stands right now. So it looks like Steve Wasman finding some serious form in preparation for this race. Andy the Doc Robinson, what a good looking dude as he comes through the start finish area on his race as well here. What a stud. And Chad Chenoweth riding for Johnson Elite Orthodontics, his teammate up the road from him as Chad is making his way through the start finish area. Very impressive job by him as well. Not far behind him is our leader in the 35A category, Derek Edwards, picking up where he left off at Art Dye, having won both of the night race and day races at Art Dye this last time around, and with no major competitors, unfortunately, with Weston Woodward and Dan Hoops presumably taking part in the 25 hours of Frog Hollow, which is also going on this weekend, and Derek taking advantage of that with double points as he is well off the front of the pace, with Seth Bradley trying to get back onto form to catch up to him, with Mike May also in the mix here, and behind him, or between the two of them, also very impressive job holding the pace is Tyler Servos riding for Ascent Cycling and America First Cycling Credit Union, both sponsors being represented in that team here. So here is our number 2, 3, 4, and 5 riders in the 35A field making their final turns onto the start-finish stretch. So second place right now, Seth Bradley needs to close that gap down to Derek Edwards, who's starting to move away from them, but we've got Mike Servos coming through here. We've got Mike May as well with him. So sorry, Tyler Servos coming through. TJ Stone not far off the pace in that category as well. And Sam Dearden, who again, even though is showing a little bit of wear and tear on that race, only because this is actually the second race of his weekend, and he's already been on the podium for one of them. So Sam Dearden showing some very impressive form with Steve Wasman right on his back wheel, well ahead of the group in the single speed event right now. All right, so after the completion of 3 laps, we're about to see Jeff Bender, who is right now currently in the front end of the men's A field, make his way towards the start-finish area as he is in the final sector of the course right now. But right behind him still is Justin Lundeen and Alex Grant. They've lost the third member of the foursome, or excuse me, the fourth member of the group that was with him coming into this the most recent lap. Of course, that being, well, heck, where was he? What happened to him? Because Danny Van Wagner now in 4th place, Bruce Deppy not far behind him, and Justin Morgan, who has gapped a little bit from Kevin Day. So it sounds like we have lost one of the riders that has been on the front end of this course, that being Truman Glasgow, and he is now making his way up from the wall. So it looks like something must have happened to Truman, who is still in the fight, but now well off of the pace where he was in that top 4 group at the completion of this last lap. So as it stands right now, we have Jeff Bender, Justin Lundeen, and Alex Grant in that order coming towards the start-finish area. And Alex Grant, who, to be frank, likes to actually open that gap up a little bit. I don't know if it's him playing a little bit of games of his competition, but these gaps do tend to open between Justin and Alex pretty regularly. But do not let that fool you. Alex can close that gap down anytime he wants to. And frankly, I think that's just kind of the way he likes to race, where he has a little bit of open ground to be able to look at while he's racing. But Jeff Bender throwing down an absolutely impressive pace to stay at the front end of Justin Lundeen and Alex Grant, not too far behind them, but needing to make up some precious ground is DVW riding for Johnson Elite Orthodontics, where now Bruce Deppy, who earlier was riding with Justin Morgan and Kevin Day, now with Justin Morgan individually. So Kevin Day, unfortunately, also falling slightly off the pace. He needs to put in a little bit of an effort to close that gap back down to Bruce and Justin, who are continuing to riding for Specialized. Justin Morgan riding for Field Riders. Not far behind them, Hyper Threads representing Kevin Day riding in his position. He's still, at least if nothing else, in a great mood as he makes his way through the start-finish area at the completion of their, I believe, 4th lap at this point in time. We're going to have to see if we can get an idea of what has happened to Truman Glasgow, who was in effectively 2nd place last time they came through the start-finish area. He now largely gapped off the back and looking at his rear wheel, which makes us think that he may have burped some air. Front flat. Okay, so he has a front flat. If anyone out there has a pump and is willing to help him out, it looks like Truman Glasgow needs a little bit of air in his tire, and he's getting a little bit of help from the Bingham Cyclery tent, as Anders Johnson is going to use this opportunity to make a move on his teammate and buddy. Chenoweth is about to get caught up by Derek Edwards, the leader in the 35A field. Perhaps the two of them can start working together even in different categories to maintain a good pace on the front end of that 35A field that Chad Chenoweth is about to get caught up and embroiled in, as Seth Bradley still in 2nd place in that position, but with TJ Stone breathing down his back and Steve Wasman right there in the middle for the single speed event, actually switching things up a little bit. We also have Mike May, who has now moved into 4th place position with Tyler Servos, unfortunately waning slightly after this last lap where he had come through the start-finish area in 3rd place. Now in 5th behind TJ Stone and Mike May, with Steve Wasman on his single speed, breaking up the party of 35A riders. Seth Bradley looking over his shoulder to see who else is in this race with him right now. Seth looking back, it looks like he's choosing to kind of dangle a little bit off the front, not allowing that gap to close down between himself and TJ Stone. But right now, Steve Wasman breaking up the 35A party in the single speed division, right between the lot of them. A little bit farther off the pace, we've got Joel Seeloff, who's going to need to put in a little bit of a second half dig if he wants to get back onto the pace that's being established by Steve Wasman, but in the meantime, still holding down a very solid 2nd place in that single speed division.
I just need it so bad. Oh, Mom. Is it okay that I call you Mom? I think it's appropriate.
All right, the current 3rd place rider in the single speed field right now, Aaron Larson, about to make the turn to come down the start-finish stretch for the completion of, I believe, his 4th lap as well here. So still in a solid podium position right now. Aaron Larson riding 3rd place. He's still got plenty of time to make up if he wants to catch up to Joel Seeloff. In the meantime, though, Dave Harward also enjoying, I believe, his second race of the day. So out here just having absolute fun for Plan 7 coaching, of the which he is the chief of that team. Which, by the way, if you ever wanted to see what it's like to be as fast as the guys we have out on court, head on over to Plan 7 Cycling, where Dave has all kinds of ideas, plans, packages, and bundles, which are available to you as a great coaching opportunity to keep you fit and prepped, ready for the next cyclocross season when it comes around to get you. In the meantime, we look outward to see that the three at the front end of the A field are still together, but have switched up positions just slightly. Now Justin Lundeen is leading from Alex Grant and Jeff Bender right behind them. So all three of them still maintaining the position on the front end of this field, and quite ostensibly working together to actually maintain the lead that they have over Danny Van Wagener, who is still having a hard time getting back up to the three of them that are charging right now, as Justin Lundeen continues to get out of the saddle after each turn, opening up that gap that slightly challenges Alex Grant to keep that rubber band from snapping. Jeff Bender still showing awesome form to maintain a position with these two guys here. As they come around the corner here, this is going to be completion of their fourth lap of, I believe, 10. So approximately at this point, 6 laps to go for our lead group here. These three fighting out for the top steps of the podium, as Danny Van Wagener now a little bit on the back foot as he needs to see what he can do to close down the gap. In the meantime, Justin Morgan having put in a bit of an attack to gap Bruce Deppy, who he was riding with at the completion of last lap. So now we have Justin Lundeen, Alex Grant, and Jeff Bender, with Danny Van Wagener rounding out the top 4. The top 5 with Justin Morgan in 5th place position after having moved back up to the A field after having demolished the 45 field enough times that perhaps he needed a little bit more of a challenge in his life here. Now holding down 5th place position in the A field. Not far behind him, Bruce Deppy, still holding good form here, but going to need to put in a good dig to make sure that Kevin Day, who is not far behind him, does not catch back up to the back end of Bruce Deppy, as well as Justin Morgan, who are still fighting for not only the podium, but again, as we said here, those precious overall series points, of the which we have a double points weekend right now. So Kevin also taking advantage of the weekend to make sure that he maintains a stellar position in that overall. Now this is just to show you how impressive Truman Glasgow is, that last we saw him, he had a front flat that had taken him more or less out of the race in general, but he had fallen behind the pace of not only his teammate Anders Johnson, but also Dylan Cerulis, and he has already made up the gap between those two. So the next rider to him is Kevin Day, who is only about a gap of 15 seconds or so if he wants to improve the positions that he now has after suffering that unfortunate front puncture. A couple of other riders in their single speed category continue to make their way through the start-finish area. That's number 525 in the single speed field. Mr. Greg Steele continuing to ride with some serious style there. Not far behind him, we have Dylan Cerulis and Jordan Chapman continuing to push the pace in the men's A field. Remembering again, of course, this is a double points weekend, so every finishing spot matters very greatly. Of course, Jordan hoping to see if he can't maybe catch back up to the charging Dylan Cerulis, has opened up a bit of a gap on him, but not so much that with the amount of laps that we still have remaining that he can't be able to try to find good form in the second half of this race and perhaps catch back up to a very strong and informed Dylan Cerulis not far ahead of him. Of course, also maintaining the gap behind him to Cameron Anderson and Andy Robinson, who are continuing to charge as well here. Now another individual who is showing absolute dominance in the field that he is currently racing for is Derek Edwards in the 35A field. He has now opened up the gap to himself and Seth Bradley in second place quite a bit as the rest of the field continues to make their way through the start-finish area. So Derek Edwards will be come through the start-finish area here in just a moment at the front end of the 35A race, and we'll try to get you a gap here in just a moment between himself and Seth Bradley, TJ Stone, and Tyler Servos, as well as Mike May, who are his major competitors in that field currently as we speak. But right now, Derek Edwards just absolutely cleaning shop in the 35A category. Great job by Derek to push that kind of pace for Plan 7 cycling. Now here comes Chad Chenoweth down the start line. Now hear me out, Chad. I just got to tell you one thing here, okay? Go a little faster. Come on, buddy. You got this.
I'm actually, maybe this does help. I am a full-time military instructor. I teach interrogations.
You're in the military?
I am
Private contractor.
15 years
In
military.
What division?
Army.
Yeah. Where are you based?
Camp Williams. So I'm a full-timer, but I'm a full-timer for the Guard. And so I teach the 35-mile course with interrogators. Of course, I've been the course manager of that course for some time.
Here's our leader in the single-speed division, Steve Wasman, who's continuing to just absolutely demolish the rest of the field. Joel Seeloff, nowhere in sight. Just kidding. I see you over there, beautiful. Come on, Seth Bradley. You got a big old gap to close down here. In the meantime, Tyler Servos and TJ Stone right there on your wheel. So the podium positions for the 35A still very much up for grabs as Mike May continuing to make his way back on to that group of four who are all competing for the second and third spots on the podium. I love you, Joel. I love you.
So full time and then
No, I've been full-time. So I started as a guardsman and did other things, and I got in full-time about 8 years ago. Just, the wave of the Bush years.
Yeah.
Good funding, lots of money available, plenty of jobs, and found a good spot, and I'm pretty happy here.
Yeah, I've been okay. Where have you been on deployments in the desert or?
No, it's kind of weird because in the intel field, there's plenty of deployments to be had, but I've done a lot of like NATO missions in Europe and things. Because I'm a little small.
Did you do a mission?
I did. That's where I
In
started.
Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, so you know the language.
Yeah.
And, all right.
Siberia.
Yeah, that's my background. Well, that's cool. Good for you. Yeah, it's always interesting to hear what people do. Yeah. I just thought
Still in third spot right now. Doing a very impressive job of keeping that position is Aaron Larson. It looks like right now the single-speed field is absolutely torn apart, but in the meantime, it looks like Alex Grant, Jeff Bender, and Justin Lundin are about to make their way towards the completion of yet another lap, and all three of them still very much together. All three of them continuing to jockey for position as now Alex Grant has taken over the pacemaking duties at the front end of this field from Jeff Bender and Justin Lundin, who looks like he is sitting back to see what the other two will do. Again, these three all infighting right now for position as Justin sits up slightly to get a little bit of stretching in the lower back area as they continue to push through these very punchy and tough sections. Of course, for those of you that have raced already today, know that that lower section of the course is divided into the slightly downhill and very fast-paced lower riverbed section, as well as the false-flatted, slightly uphill second half of the riverbed section, as DVW making his way still in fourth place, continuing to try to close that gap down as the top three continue to push their pace off the front end of this course. Now, as I said, the second half of the riverbed area is slightly uphill to false flat with the barriers midway through that section, making it a very, very challenging section of the course, requiring a very high consistent watt count before hitting the wall and coming back up to the start-finish stretch area of the course here. Justin Morgan now improving his position and continuing to try to catch the back end of Danny Van Wagener to see if he can't move from 5th to 4th place here, with Bruce Steppe not too far behind him, as well as Kevin Day and Truman Glasgow continuing to improve his position after a very unfortunate mechanical had taken him out of the podium spots for this course. Still looked like he might even be having a continued issue at this point, but his brother Spencer Glasgow continuing to give him time hacks as he works his way around the course and towards the start-finish area to try to catch up to the likes of Kevin Day, who continues to burn his way through the course as well here in 6th position in the men's A field. Truman Glasgow, you still got time, buddy. Somebody needs to get him a second wheel. It looks like he is just not having a luck of it, unfortunately, with that front wheel today. So Truman Glasgow ready to come out and swing some heavy blows today, and unfortunately that is just not going to happen for him. He's still in a very strong position for overall series points values, but not competing for the podium the way that he would have liked to at this point, though. Anders Johnson still continuing to ride strong, trying to catch back up to the back end of the racers in front of him, not far behind him, continuing to make his way around the course, as well as Dylan Cerulis, followed semi-closely by Jordan Chapman, who are also going to be coming in to the start-finish area for the completion of yet another lap as well here. We also, of course, looking now for the front end of the 35A field, who should be coming towards the start-finish area here in just a few moments. That, of course, being Derek Edwards, who is going to be completing yet another lap in his race as well at the front end of his field.
like a loser or something? It's not that cold, yo.
Oh, by lots and lots and lots.
The only guy that's ever given him a run for his money was Western last year. He's been out there a couple weeks. Oh yeah, well Western. Oh, is it really? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's fine. He is. It's fun when Western's around and even Dan is around to give him a little bit of somebody to race against. But neither of them are here today. Dan. Oh yeah. Well, now I'm gonna have to come on here and never.
So here comes the leader of our 35A field, Derek Edwards, on his Santa Cruz Stigmata, just continuing to crush the pace in that field with no one behind him even in sight. But as I say that, now look outwards. We do see that Seth Bradley has been caught by Tyler Servos, and TJ Stone and Mike May all still together in that field. So the four of them now competing for the third spot, or the second and third spot on that podium, is Derek Edwards now enjoying a leisurely stroll at the front end of his field with all but no one to compete against. At the front end of that race here, Mike Steele continuing to ride his race as well here. Very, very impressive job by him on his single speed as he continues to make his way through the course as well here. Now we have a number of other riders continuing to make their way towards the start-finish area, not least of which, of course, is Steve Wasman, who continues to put in an absolute smash fest of a job on his single speed. I, to be frank, thought that his single speed was going to be a little bit more challenging on him for a course like this because of the gear ratio he would have had to have chosen for the amount of speed sections he had to deal with in comparison to the uphill climbing sections that would be very, very challenging with a faster gear ratio choice. But Steve making it look absolutely easy.
Are we at 4 laps to go once they come around again? Yes. Okay, because they're already up the wall again.
Now, not far behind the section that is coming through the start-finish area, we already see the front end of the men's A race already having worked their way up the wall and back onto the basketball court, or good heavens, it's a baseball field, Joe. Up onto the baseball fields, where they're in the final sector of the course. They're going to be coming through the start-finish line here in just a few minutes for only 4 laps to go. But in the meantime, we still have the 3 in the men's 35B field duking it out for the second through third spots on the podium. Don't look now, but right behind them is Sam Dearden, who we've got. No, you're still at 5, but you'll be 4 soon. We've got Sam Dearden, who is on his second race of the day, and those long endurance gravel legs of his are starting to kick in, where he's got that late surge in these hour-long races. As Mike May is now starting to watch. Mike May is starting to watch Sam Dearden work his way back through the 35A field after having been second place on the podium for the men's B race. He is now already back into contention in the 35A field for his second race of the day. Again, Sam being another one of those racers that prominently feature in the longer endurance-style gravel races that we have during the summertime. So usually having to ride into a little bit of style when it comes to these cyclocross races where you need a little bit more top-end speed. But in the later stages of the race, of course, playing into those longer endurance legs. Now we've got Alex Grant followed very closely by Jeff Bender and still Justin Lundin, all together with only 4 laps to go now. Here is the front end of our field. We also look backward to see that, unfortunately, Danny Van Wagner, even though he is still here, has not done much to close down the gap that he has to those 3 in front of him. So if he has any plans or desires to be on the podium whatsoever, he is going to need to make a move, and soon, because he is well over halfway through the race. And the 3 in front of him continue to jockey for position to maintain the pace and keep him off the back wheel. To be frank, they do not want Danny with them. He has a very strong final last lap of the course and does tend to do quite well in the sprint finishes. So neither Alex nor Justin Lundin, as well as Jeff Bender, will want to see Danny Van Wagner at all for the remainder of this race. So they are working very hard in that threesome to keep him off the back wheel. As in the meantime, we see Justin Morgan continuing to hold down a very solid 5th place finish, with Bruce Deppy not far off of his rear wheel in 6th place as it stands right now. Additionally, we have another rider in our single speed division. That's going to be 542, Mr. Bob Saffel, riding for Bingham Cyclery, powered by Peak Fastener. He's out and about, still pushing the pace as well. For the second race of the day, it looks like Dave has turned this one into a leisurely stroll, but he's still kicking as hard as he can. He's got Bruce Deppy breathing down his neck, so Looks like he's going to have someone to contend with here in just a second in terms of traffic as Bruce is trying to make his way back up to the rear wheel of Justin Morgan, who is continuing to, again, also try to make his way back up to Danny Van Wagener, who is trying to make his way back up to the 3 in the very front of the course in Alex Grant, Justin Lundeen, and Jeff Bender, as Kevin Day is also trying to close the gaps in front of him as he is now in 7th place position and continuing to push the pace.
Trying to give it to Truman. Oh, shoot, where is it? I have an air chuck, a CO2. Here, Spence. Here, go, go, go. I don't know for sure if that's got a lot of air. No, they got like 4 to go, bro. Okay.
All right, so Truman Glasgow still having some issues with some air, so we've got some teammates / brother here over, trying to get him a little bit of assistance in that one.
Hey, Spencer, if you want to try to put a new canister on there just in case, because I don't know how much air is in that one, but okay. Yeah, because that might only have like a quarter tank left. Are you leaving? There we go. It's good to see you guys. Did you get some good pictures? What's that? Did you get some good pictures? I didn't take any. Oh, I thought you were like riding around. No, just watching. Okay, well, good job again today, man. This one was tough. 17 seconds from first. Me and Brad started screwing around 2 laps ago. The last 2 laps, I got caught behind lappers. I rode this every other time, and I got stuck behind them, and the gap opened up. Well, hey, tough. Yeah. That's okay. That's where we start.
So now we see a number of racers continuing to get towards the finalization of their next lap here. They're going to be seeing 4 laps to go here. Jordan Chapman out of the saddle charging as he makes his way towards 4 laps to go here. He's got not particularly far behind him here. Andy Robinson not far behind that. Of course, Cameron Anderson as well. They are finalizing those few last positions in the A field here. Not far behind them is also Derek Edwards, who's still continuing to push the pace and charge in the 35A field at the front end of this race. But I got to tell you, the additional spots on the podium for the 35A field continuing to become quite the battle in this race itself. Last we saw, it had been the bunch up of Seth Bradley, Tyler Servos, TJ Stone, and an additional rider with them as well in the likes of Sam Dearden, who is actually on his 2nd race of the day and is now in 3rd place position right behind of Seth Bradley. A lot of these racers not particularly excited about the pace that Alex Grant is putting on the front end of the field, which is going to require 10 laps in total. These 10 laps absolutely brutal as they make their way up the wall, not once but twice during these laps themselves. But in the meantime, we look outward and see that the 3 at the front end of the men's A field are already up on the wall and back into the baseball fields, and the gap between Jeff Bender and Alex Grant have actually opened up to Justin Lundeen in 3rd place. So even though he has been showing some absolutely dominant form to this point, it looks like Justin Lundeen is finally starting to see a little bit of kryptonite creep in the form of Alex Grant and Jeff Bender, the 2 of them working very impressively together right now. Justin putting in a bit of a dig to make sure to close that gap back down. The 3 of them all still together, but it does look like Justin Lundeen is the one on the back foot of the 3 as they are making their way towards the start-finish area one more time here. We've also got Steve Wasman coming through the start-finish area. He's still at the front end of his field by a very impressive margin, but even as I say that, it looks like Joe Saloff has turned another gear on and is actually starting to work his way back towards the front of the field that Steve Wasman has been occupying for the entirety of this race. Now Joe Saloff looks like he wants to spoil the day of Steve Wasman, who is not that far behind, ahead of him at this point, as all racers are now about to see 3 laps to go, with the trio at the front end of this race making their final turn. Alex Grant still with the pacemaking duties. Jeff Bender in 2nd place and Justin Lundeen having closed down that gap. But still, I think of the 3, the one a little bit struggling between the 3 right now. Now, I don't want to be quoted on that literally ever, because who knows what could be happening now in this this last bit of the race with only 3 laps to go. Justin could be playing a little bit of poker with the 2 in front of him to allow them to take all the pacemaking duties, primary of which is Jeff Bender right now moving to the front end of that field. We've also got Sam Dearden, who has now moved into second place in the 35A field ahead of Seth Bradley. Very impressive job by Sam to turn on those impressive gravel legs of his.
Sam Dearden. So he's a long distance endurance guy. He races like the Crusher and stuff every year. And so he's like one of those classic guys that these 1 hour races don't do much for him, but the later laps he starts to really turn it on. So it's kind of nice for him that the more laps he has to do because of how fast the A's guys are going, the better it is for him.
But yeah, but I mean, he was back in.
Yeah, he's like his fifth.
And yeah, and a gap off the back of that group with Seth and TJ and whatnot. And now he's in third.
Derek Edwards.
Oh no.
Seth Bradley. Now Sam's ahead of him.
Oh yeah, there's what we got there.
Keep going. Second, third.
All right, so we still have a few of these riders coming through here. We've got Justin Morgan. He's going to be seeing 3 laps to go, still in 5th place, still able to hold off a charging Bruce Deppy, holding down 6th place position. Unfortunately, again, yet we still haven't seen a whole lot of Truman Glasgow being able to move back into podium positions after such an impressive start. But, of course, we know, oh, no, Aaron Larson losing his hand up in a 3rd place position on the podium, but still donutless as he heads out for yet another lap on the course here. He has got 3 laps to go, so 3 more chances to get that maple bar into his hands. Poor guy. Bruce Debbie, in the meantime, coming through the start-finish area, still looking very impressive and consistent, as it looks like Truman Glasgow has been able to find a little bit of second-half form, and he is starting to hunt down Kevin Day, but it does look like there's still some squishiness in that front tire, so he is losing air over time. I know his brother is trying to be strategically placed at different spots on the course in order to get him a little bit of air into that front tire. He now has a CO2 chuck that he's throwing into the back pocket just in case he needs it. But hopefully that's not going to be an issue, as he is starting to hunt down Kevin Day, who's not far in front of him, and trying to get back into the front end of this field. Really, to be quite honest with you right now, that is one of the biggest disappointments of the day, if I have to be honest, is what happened to Truman Glasgow's tire, because he absolutely, no matter what anyone else would want to say, it has to be said that he would be up front right now with that trio of riders that are off the front of the pace right now. He would more than likely still be in that group, pushing for the top step on the podium. He's just showing absolutely impressive form, even now as he rides his way back through the crowd, back into contention for other series points. Yes, it's probably true at this point in time that he will not be making it onto the podium, but man, is it a whole big case of what if, because he still is showing such impressive form, riding with such unfortunate circumstances is what he's got going on with such a squishy front tire, because otherwise he would most certainly still be in contention for the top step of the podium. Big, big disappointment for Truman Glasgow today, who's continuing to still show very, very impressive heart as he rides with such style and panache to try to get back into this race.
Where are you racing? What are you doing?
Over there.
Back to where it's a little better.
There we go. All right, sounds good. We're back in play.
Technically, Nichols should be staking himself out in the pit
Yeah, technically.
and not moving.
Technically, but at least the good news is Truman has not left anything. He's still staying in the tape.
I guess that's fair to say. But you know,
Jordan Chapman, you only have 3 laps left. You need to go a little faster.
Yeah.
you can only take good
Okay.
All right, so it looks like the lights have been turned on right now. Alex Grant deciding with only 3 laps to go. He has decided he does not want to be with the group anymore as he is continuing to attack. And Justin Lundeen able to maintain somewhat of the pace, even though the rubber band could snap at any moment. It does unfortunately look like that may indeed be the case for Jeff Bender, who is falling off the pace but maintaining the position that he has built very impressively for himself at the front end of this field. So right now, the question for Jeff is how far of a gap he has to Danny Van Wagener, as Derek Edwards still riding very impressively on the front end of the 35A field, sees 3 laps to go. But we look outwards to see where Danny Van Wagner is in relation to Jeff Bender, who is starting to wane with a little bit of a rubber band snap off the back end as Alex Grant continues to attack. It looks like Alex is not interested in any way, shape, or form with having Justin continue to stay with him for the last few laps of this race, but Justin showing the kind of form to be able to do so, and Jeff unfortunately waning off the back end. He's only got a couple of laps left. He needs to find the back end of these two one more time so that that gap doesn't continue to open as Alex continues to improve that pace over time. Not far behind them, Steve Wasman continuing to push his pace in the single-speed field, but with a quickly gaining momentum Joe Seeloff, who is about to give Steve Wasman a bit of a run for his money. But in the meantime, the next across the line will be Alex Grant, followed very closely by Justin Lundeen, who is able to close that gap back down. So they're going to see 2 laps to go, the two of them together with Jeff Bender very close to the pace. Let's see if he can get back onto the wheels of the two in front of them, only with a gap of 2 to 3 seconds at this moment in time with 2 laps still to go. Steve Wasman also coming through the start-finish line with a gap of only about 10 seconds to Joel Seeloff, who has left it out a little bit, possibly too late, but hopefully has a little bit left in him to be able to catch back up to Steve with only 2 laps remaining here. He's running out of real estate, but looking in very good form as he is trying to catch the teammate and friend in Steve Wasman, also riding for Bingham Cycling, powered by Peak Fastener, also being sponsored by Saltfire Brewing Company. We also, of course, have the race that's going on for the rest of the podium in the 35A field. We're excited to see how that is playing out as they come across right now in the line. Sam Dearden right now in a very solid second place position in that field. And not far behind him is DVW, still pushing his pace in the A field. But right now, Seth Bradley still in third place position, still on the podium, but with a very persistent TJ Stone right on his wheel. I know it's very scary to see, but Seth Bradley a little surprised to see the party that he's got behind him in TJ Stone. Very impressive ride by TJ to maintain the pace on the back of Seth Bradley for the 3rd spot on the 35A podium. We also are waiting to see the 3rd spot in the single speed podium, 1st and 2nd of which have already come through the finish line for 2 laps to go. Now we've got Justin Morgan, who is still riding a very impressive 5th place in the Ace field. He's about to make his final turn. He's going to see 2 laps to go with Tyler Servos in the 35A category right ahead of him. But he is out of the saddle. He's charging. Justin Morgan trying to get back on terms with Danny Van Wagner, who is starting to flag from the front group in the A field. But as we also see right now, another impressive job by Truman Glasgow. He is now caught and passed Bruce Deppy as well. So again, another testament to the what could have been in Truman Glasgow today with the unfortunate burp of the air from the front tire in his race. Had that not happened, I can almost guarantee that we would have seen him at the front end of the field. In the meantime, though, he continues to work his way through the A field to get those overall series points that are double the value today in his race that he will need for the overall series placement that he is still competing for here. Great job by Mr. Stewart. Racing in the 5.5. He's also still in the single speed race. I do believe right now that may be Greg Stewart in 3rd place in that field. Lefty is actually 1 lap down to Aaron Austin, who is trying to get his hand up, and he's got it. Look at this man. It's the little bit bruise, isn't it? Kevin Day not far behind him as he comes through the start finish area as well here. So we are about 3 or so minutes away from seeing the front end of the field of the 4th wave come back up over the wall for the 2nd to last time. When we do, we will have the bell lap prepared to sound for Alex Grant and Justin Lundeen, with Jeff Bender not far behind them as well. It'll be very interesting to see, with that gap slightly opening to Jeff after the completion of this last lap, where he is currently in comparison to the other two once they do come back up and out of that last section of the course here. Going to try to use the advantage of this Game On Live studio awesome stream that we have showing for us right now to see if we can see anything besides what's going on to our immediate front in different parts of the course here. But in the meantime, still looking for the front end of that A field. Anders Johnson making his way down the start-finish stretch again. He's got 2 laps to go. Great job by him to continue to push the pace here. not looking like he's as excited about the race as he was when he first started, but that's okay. He's still doing a great job of holding up a charging Dylan Cerulis, who's still behind him in the mix as well. Dave Harwood continuing to make his way towards the end of the course here. We've got Derek Edwards already up over the wall here as well, so that means that the 35A leader is about to see 2 laps to go as well in that field in just a few minutes. But here we have Dave Harwood turning down the hand up because he didn't notice it in time, and off for another lap here. He's got 2 to go. We've got the front end of the A field now having made their way back onto the baseball field, and indeed Alex Grant continuing to be the one that pushes the pace in the second half of the race, and he now has another gap to Justin Lundeen, very similar to the last lap. So Justin needing to put a little bit of work in to maintain the pace that he has with Alex Grant, but to be frank also, Jeff Bender maintaining a very impressive job of limiting the gap that is opening up between him and Justin as well. So Jeff still in pretty impressive contention, not only for the 3rd spot on the podium, but with the 2 in front of him. If he can just get back to the pace that Alex and Justin are trying to set, but it does look like the 2 of them are continuing to ride away with the front end of this field. So it's going to come down to a 2-horse race once they get the bell lap in just under a minute here for both Alex Grant and Justin Lundeen. So Derek Edwards about to make his way through the start-finish area. He's going to see 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Derek Edwards as he makes his way through the start-finish area. If he wants to slow down just slightly, he will be lapped, and this can be his last lap. But in the meantime, that's because of an absolutely charging Alex Grant and a very impressive Justin Lundeen, who's able to match him blow for blow in terms of the attacks that he's putting in. And Jeff Bender just absolutely wearing it on his face as he is trying to push that gap to a close, and actually doing a pretty successful job of it as Alex Grant is out of the saddle, putting in yet another attack and another dig as Justin is right on his wheel, and Jeff is continuing to push that pace, trying to close the gap between the 2 in front of him and himself. Very, very impressive job by Jeff to try to get back up to the front end of this field as Alex is trying to open up that gap, and Justin is responding in kind very, very effectively and impressively here. It is quite possible that the grit in Justin's teeth is denoting that he does have a little bit more left in the tank, but then again, Jeff Bender also with a sly grin on his face, making me think that he's got something left as well here, while Steve Rosman is quite in command of his race as he comes through the start-finish area in the single speed division to see his final lap as well here. In the meantime, we still have BBW in a solid 4th place position. It does not look like anyone's going to take that from him as he has 1 lap to go here. He's coming through the start-finish area, 2nd place in the single speed field right now. Joel Saylor with only 1 lap to go to catch up to Steve Rosman, who is doing everything he can to hold him off. Here in the meantime, 2nd place in the 35A field is still Sam Dearden, who's in 2nd place, riding for Zone 5. He's doing a very impressive job of maintaining the positions that he's in, but with this many laps of racing in his legs to this point, it makes me genuinely wonder if this is a little too long of a day for him, because he's starting to flag slightly, and TJ Stone is starting to take advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, his gap is open. TJ is on the podium as it stands right now, but wants to improve his position. He's got 1 lap to do so. Shift a gear up, buddy, and head out there, because Sam is not that far in front of you. We've also got Justin Morgan still holding down a very solid 5th place with only 1 lap to go in the A field. Not far behind him, Chad Chenoweth has got 1 lap, and Seth unfortunately ceding his podium position to TJ Stone as it stands right now. It's been recommended that TJ Stone receive a 30-second time bonus since he's been out here all day yesterday and today this morning setting this course up, as Truman Glasgow continues to just absolutely show some incredible heart as he is out here riding his way back through the field after a very unfortunate first couple laps with a front flat. Come on, Bruce. Come on, buddy. One lap to go. One lap to go. Cyclocross and gravel. Great job by Mike to maintain a very impressive pace. See if he can catch back up to Tyler Sherlock, who's riding just ahead of him as well. In the meantime, we do have third place in the singles group field. Aaron Larson, he's got some good start finish area. Still in podium position in the singles group field. He'll be seeing one lap to go with. And frankly, any second now we should be expecting to see the front end of the field make their way back up the wall for the final time, which is incredibly impressive to say, as they will indeed be lapping even members of their own category here. Aaron Larson comes through with one lap to go in the single street field. But again, it will not be far off from impossible to see that the front end of the A field should be making their way up the wall at 80 minutes now. And when they do, they will indeed be lapping a number of the members of their field. And according to the Game On Live stream, it looks like Alex Grant is making his way up the beeline climb with Justin Lundeen on his wheel as it sits right now. Jeff Bender still in the mix, but with a gap of about 5 seconds, and Justin Lundeen has come off his bike. So he is running. Alex is still riding. Jeff is still riding. They're about to come back onto the baseball field, and Alex Grant is looking for the opportunity to attack, with Justin having to remount. And he has put in a small gap, but Justin, of course, responding in kind, while Jeff Bender is now also on the baseball fields, but it looks like he is not quite moving at the same speed as the two in front of him. So unfortunately, it looks like Jeff Bender not going to be in the mix for the sprint, unfortunately, if it continues the way that it is right now. But after a very, very impressive ride throughout the rest of the day so far, Jeff Bender will be finalizing that third spot on the podium without any major issue at this point. But the sprint is still very much up and alive for Alex Grant and Justin Lundeen, who are still neck and neck. Of course, we talk about right now that the story has been as follows. Justin Lundeen, of course, taking down some of the major wins so far in the season before missing out last weekend where 2 races were held, and Alex Grant, of course, taking the win in one of those races. So the two of them very, very close in the overall point series races, and right now very close to coming in 1 and 2 in this race. Only time will tell who will be in that first spot, with Alex Grant right now leading out from Justin Lundeen, but Justin able to match every one of his accelerations turn for turn as they make their way around these switchbacks. Dave Hartwood right now challenging himself in his mind as to whether or not he wants to sit up and wait for them to go or ride that final lap. It looks like he's taking the right choice as he's going out for one more. Andy Robinson making that choice as well. He's got 1 lap to go. The next people across the line will be the winners in the men's A race. Will it be Alex Grant? Will it be Justin Lundeen? We're about to find out as they make the final turn. Right into the saddle. And ladies and gentlemen, it's Justin Lundeen. Alex Grant with a very impressive second place finish. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together for the man himself, Jeff Bender, after such an impressive job taking home third spot on the podium. And then we also turn our attention to the winner in the men's 35A category, Derek Edwards. Yeah, you got left, bro. So that is it for our 35A winner, Derek Edwards, the beneficiary of a very impressively attacking Alex Grant and Justin Lundeen, who's not going to ride that final lap here. But he will take down another win in the 35A category after some very impressive riding has helped him to do so. We've got a couple of other riders finishing their laps as well here, so all riders now finishing. All riders in all categories now finishing. Again, great job by all competitors. We've got Cameron Anderson in the A field finishing his lap as well here. Followed very quickly by Danny Van Wagner, who's going to be pulling down an impressive fourth place and double points associated with that finish here. Great job finishing Danny. Not far behind him will be the finish of our winner in the single speed field after having held off a very impressive charging Joe Seeloff. But with that last bit of energy, Steve Wasman feeling those cramps. But those cramps are cramps of victory, my man, because he's going to be taking down the top spot of the podium for himself as well. Not far behind him, but in second place at the end of the day, Mr. Joe Seeloff about to make his final turn. He put in a very impressive effort to try to catch back up to the man ahead of him, but unfortunately only able to come away with second place. Still very impressive finish for Joel Seeloff. So now we have the podium for the single speed almost entirely finalized. We've got the podium for the A field all finalized, and we are about to finalize the second and third spot on the podium for the men's 35A field, because it does look like Sam Dearden was able to keep just one precious match in that back pocket so that TJ Stone couldn't ruin his morning. This is going to be his second podium of the day in as many races. Justin Morgan, by the way, coming across the line in a very impressive fifth place after having moved back up into the A field. But man, was it impressive to see the ride from Truman Glasgow, having to come back from such an unfortunate issue to end with such panache and style. Sam Dearden taking home his second place of the day in as many race categories as he was competing in. Very impressive job. But ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, give a big round of applause to our race organizer and UTCX owner, now third spot and final on the podium, 35A, TJ Stone. And with the unofficial time bonus given to TJ, he's actually going to be winning with the unofficial two-minute time bonus. All right, now something deep inside me tells me that he has a heart to sit up a little bit, but Seth Bradley, still very impressive fourth place finish for the man in the unicorn colors. Right behind him, Bruce Debbie finishing in a very respectable with the double points that he's going to be receiving for his place in the men's A race as well here. So this race proving to be quite a tough test with those sections against the river down in the bottom section of the course. Very, very fast, very impressive, and very demanding for all of the racers as we see all categories now finalizing. With Chad Chenoweth also coming across the line. Very impressive finishes. He's going to finish his race as well here in just a moment. And then we love him. He needs to come south a little bit more often, but when we're up here, it's always great to see the man, the myth, the legend himself, Kevin Day, coming across the line to finish his race. Not far behind him in the 35A field, we've got a very impressive performance by Tyler Servos to finish his race in some pretty impressive style as well here. He'll be taking home fifth place in the 35A field. Not far behind him, Mike May taking sixth place in the same category. So pretty much everyone has been finalized on the podium except for one very key position, which we still have yet to see, even though he's coming in through the last few turns, and that of course being third place in the single speed category, Mr. Aaron Larson himself, who's about to come to the start-finish stretch to be the final spot on that podium. And when he does, that will be our final position and our final podium of our final race of the day. So congratulations to all racers in all waves for the impressive job of finishing with such incredible style on such a demanding course here. Aaron Larson able to sit up and wave to the fans here. Third spot in the single speed field is another podium for the family today, following a second place finish by his more impressive wife, let's be honest. Second place is way cooler than third, but it's not like I'm saying that over the radio for everyone to hear. So once we get these results published, as always, we'll have them out to the trailer as soon as possible, and then we will move to the podium ceremony for the fourth and final wave races of the day, so that we can recognize everyone and get you guys on your merry way before the weather apparently starts setting in. This wind starting to pick up a little bit. Feel free to please hang out and stick around for these podium ceremonies so we can recognize our winners in some serious style. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and the support for all of the racers as we finalize yet another wonderful day of UTCX, which means we are one more week down and moving through roughly halfway through our season already. It's kind of crazy to think about that we are already basically halfway through the season and moving to the next venue, which, of course, for those of you paying attention in the home game, is going to be the Kent Family Farm in Kaysville, where we will be seeing you next week on the 15th of November. And, of course, again, being the Kent Family Farm in Kaysville, where we'll be seeing you next weekend. Congratulations again to all racers who are finishing right now in their ways. We'll get these results posted in just a few moments and then move on to our podium ceremony.